Aquí veo.
Uy, ve.
Uy, eso.
Ve, les creo.
Se han generado súbditos.
Mi Cogmouse se llama Bernardo.
Qué grande.
¿Cómo le llaman a esto? Propulsores. Son fantásticos. ¿Qué puedo decir? Nunca fui fanático del sigilo. ¿Qué es insignificante desde aquí?
Uy, otra torre.
La vista desde aquí arriba es increíble. Díganle a mi gente que los quiero. Pelear con un farol será difícil fijar esto. Veamos qué tal funcionan estas armas.
Llévatelo, llévatelo. Uy.
Qué grande.
Uy, Néstor. Uy, casi. Lol. Lol. ¿Quieres meter ahí?
Sí, sí.
No sé cuál seis.
¿Cuánto tardas?
Mm, depende de cuánto me dejes de daño.
¡Esto es movimiento! Mi Dios no quiere que te arrodilles. Quiere que pelees.
Uh,
Cuando era niño soñaba con comandar ejércitos en guerra. Ahora se hizo realidad. Máquina de matar. Increíble.
Te estás ahogando. Quiero que nades.
¡Ah!
Ya me lo vino a fedear, mi chica, ¿no?
ya ves.
Ve, facilísimo.
Es casi tan bueno como los huevos duros.
Uy, se te va a dar. Estás solo, padrino. XD.
Ah,
Oh,
Oh, horrible. Pega muy duro la vieja
ya la
esa.
perdió
No,
el
no, no,
Ned.
no.
no es
Quiere ganar
viernes
este güey.
mexicano.
No
Güey
quiere
se quedó
ganar.
aquí, quiere quitarme los minions y el
No quiere
güey
ganar.
dejó
¡Vámonos!
que se mataran
¡Vámonos!
los tentáculos.
¡Vámonos!
En efecto, vámonos y reportamos al jungla.
Al mediocre.
04 va esa cagada.
Cero. Al maldecido. No tiene piedad, dijo. Va a fedear hasta que se canse. Río, arregla tu mamá. Solo te recuerdo, Néstor. Este era tu número. Palabra.
LOL. No. XD.
$47 minions, mexicano. Farmeo 47 minions.
Por el mediocre del todo. No se puede confiar.
Alto pete.
Puedes o no, mediocre.
Es más, no te mereces ese buff. Dámelo.
Che.
Es más, no te mereces ese sapo. Hombre. Así es, como la ves.
Soy buenísimo. No, tú no. Uy.
Jugas,
Uy.
jugas.
Ah, ve. Cancela el stun. Y se le va. Mediocre.
Oh. XD.
Ah,
Se murió el medio.
08
Por seguir
PT.
su play horrenda.
08 PT.
Por tu culpa. No sirves para esto.
Severo PT. Le quita su dir y vuelve
No
a bronce.
sirve, no sirve, no sirve.
Le quita su dir y vuelve a
Eres
bronce.
malísimo.
Que si la
Eres
bota te
malísimo.
queda.
Uy.
Uy.
Pelea y muere con un propósito. Aprendemos de la acción. O te mueves o te mueres.
GG Report Jungla.
¿Qué dices? Si soy buenísimo.
Es un truño.
Yo carreaba eso, si no fuera
Eres
por mi
un
top. No.
truño.
Nunca se puede confiar en nadie, ni siquiera en tu top laner.
Tremendo.
Así es. Vámonos, Nico, no quiere ganar ese güey. Anda cliqueado.
Yo como mexicano, ese güey no quiere jugar. Es un pete.
A la otra mintámonos y llevémonos un chango.
¿Me das un invito al Néstor?
Pues de ver. Severa. Severa para
Uy,
que se
¿de
aventó.
qué nos
Ahora me
vamos?
toca.
¿Qué se te antoja?
A ver, ¿qué estaría bueno?
いいワンちゃんの鳴き声を
Un Serafin
合いの
Zona.
手的に入れようと
Poco no.
して、
はい
そのワンちゃんの鳴き声をちょっとご参加いただいて、もっといいものができたらなという企画です。
はいありがとうございます、
よろしくお願い
お願いし
します。
ますはいお願いしますあ、もっと小型という感じですかね。あ、はい。はい。
ありがとうございます。
大丈夫。強そうな。あ、やってみます。はい。
ありがとうございます。お疲れ様でした。
ありがとうございました。ありがとうございました。
最高でした。
ありがとうございました。
Pero hey, al menos nos divertimos,
お
¿no?
疲れ様
¿Verdad?
でした。ありがとうございました。
Udrete.
私が一緒に暮らしてるワンちゃんは、ひなちゃんっていう。
De hecho, me estoy divirtiendo. ¿Tú por qué no?
Get out of my face, nigga.
Get out. No puede ser. Hasta sus stickers son racistas.
トイプードルのワンちゃんなんですけれども、もう見てるだけでも癒されます。
Serafin, canción del océano.
いや、ワン
Ya le metió varo ese
ってい
güey.
うところで逆にすごい緊張しました。いろんなパターンのワンちゃんの鳴き声っていうところ。
Nunca sabrán que los ha golpeado.
¿O qué sonaba mejor, México? ¿Invisibles? ¿Una rata y un action? ¿O control mental, así un Shaco y un Aneko?
Mierda. Yo creo que para el Chaco y el Neko estaría bueno, pero hay mucha skill y sube ahí. Ve, 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 ve,
Uy,
ve.
ojito.
Ya estoy aquí. Se les va a armar.
Tum, tum, tum. Tum,
Asqueroso.
tum, tum.
Ah, no, fuiste tú.
¿Cómo lo ves, mi?
No se me metía.
Ah, no te vayas, mira. Uy, ya.
No, es que voy por el lente para sacar
Ah.
ese war.
Me gusta más.
Lo haremos.
Pues no sé, que lo daré con una más hora de que. Pues baiteemos el clon. O baiteemos la Q de la invisibilidad esta. Córrele,
Corre,
córrele.
corre,
Ah,
corre.
ya
No. Ese ya salió otro.
Bueno, ya murió. Lástima, ya no dan experiencia.
Muy loco.
Dejo que mis niños hablen por mí. ¿Quién necesita una paliza?
Uy, ve.
Sí,
Y
sí,
esa
sí,
madriza.
sí.
Se quedó
Un
pendeja.
pequeño combo.
A veces tienes que abrirte camino tú mismo.
Oye, ahí está la Neko. Uy, ve. Enrutados los dos.
Ya tiró el escudo.
Ya se copiaron del todo.
Tremendo.
Ah, cabrón.
Uy.
Es la Neko.
Vi de vigor. Orgullo de Peter.
Uf, y nos va.
Sí, sí, sí.
No necesito un plan. Canta mi trabajo. Manos a la obra.
Uy.
Ya es aquí. Se les va.
Easy.
Sí, 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 sí.
Lo haremos a mi manera. Nunca sabrán que les ha golpeado. No me haces ni cosquillas.
Uy.
Esconder. Aquí llegan mis refuerzos. Dejo que mis puños hablen por mí. ¿Quién necesita una paliza? Canta mi trabajo. Orgullo de Piltover.
Ya.
Lo haremos a mi manera.
Viene la Neko.
Sí, sí.
Al canon les da miedo.
Ya estoy aquí. Se les va a armar.
No tiene nada, ya no tiene nada. Uy, uy, esa cura. No quiere ganar. No quiere ganar. Uy, uy.
Uy.
Uy,
Uy, no puede ser, ¿cómo no me alcanzó?
Hoy,
mi
¿verdad? También.
ambición.
¿Qué? ¿Pero qué haces aquí? No mames, ¿qué está pasando?
Se está papeando la figura.
Lo que veo. Igual que se lo hice Popión Jack. No, terrible.
Diche, tal vez si
Puro
mi
control.
jungla no hubiera regalado una kill.
¿Qué va a ser? Sí, es buenísimo.
Topete. Uy,
Es buenísimo en esto.
no me baitearon.
Jugaron con tu mente.
Bienvenidos a Juegos Mentales.
Nunca le pregunten a un hombre su edad, a un hombre su salario, a una mujer su edad, y a mi jungla dónde está su R. Ve, la bot es buenísima.
XD.
Estamos rotísimos.
Imparable, sí, sí, sí.
¿Das a un muro? Dale fuerte.
Que conste yo salvo a mi jungla, pero él decidió irse, amor.
No,
Prefiero la
aquí
muerte.
es diferente.
Moriste.
Y es que si no hubiese tirado esa ulti, tal vez hubiese salido vivo.
Sí, sí, sí. Un vato bien despierto. Oye, jungla, ¿y tu R?
No me gusta.
Me comí el
Caíste
bye.
ante el mejor. Nada que hacer ahí.
Es la Neko que lo tocó de galeada al jefecito. Uy, mira, más quilombo.
Sí, sí, sí.
Pimba.
Llegó la pinche pingüe party.
Oye, ya me quedo censura en la torre.
LOL.
Ah,
Se acabó la mentira.
y el engaño ya no hace nada.
¿Estoy? ¿O que no?
Guas, guas. Uy. Uy.
Órale, México, perdemos los pies.
Sí, ya no llegamos.
Todos vénganse en la boca de Néstor.
No, mi jungla.
Aquí llegan mis refuerzos. Sabrán que los ha golpeado.
Uy. Aquí. De...
Dejo que mis puños hablen por mí.
Uy. Uy, la Fiora. Uy, la Fiora.
Siempre confío en la más capita.
Uy.
Yo,
No, ¿qué hiciste?
Te ves tan apacible. Ya. Ya.
no, Néstor.
Orgullo del Piltover. ¿Quién necesita una paliza?
What?
Yo voy en esto. Pues.
Uy.
XD, se mató.
Se regaló.
Jugas.
Somos felices.
Uy.
Ah,
Bueno,
No.
por ese güey.
Ah, que me equivoqué de botón.
¿La quitaste tú o ellos la quitaron?
Yo creo que ellos la quitaron, a mí no me dio oro. Para atrás. ¿Tienes o qué, guapo?
estoy llegando.
Uy, se
No.
cansó ahí. Ya no tengo mana.
Nunca sabrán que los ha golpeado.
No. No. Uy. Corre, Nestor,
Adiós, todos.
corre, Nestor, corre.
A ver.
No se metió.
No parece.
Uy, ya está.
Sí, sí.
Cansa mi trabajo.
La ulti, Néstor, cuidado con la ulti.
Ah, me va a explotar. Me va a explotar.
Los My
Oh.
Templar.
Nunca les metió.
Uy. Uy.
Manos a la obra.
No, Néstor, otra vez no.
¿Necesitan una paliza?
Se va a suicidar. Se suicidó.
Nah.
Ya estoy aquí. Se les va a armar.
Uy. Uy.
Mucho odio. Uy, ve. Uy, es my tail.
Uy, Néstor.
Demasiado lento.
Uy, Néstor.
Me quedo como cangrejo. Uy, mira la fiera.
Al
Wow.
fin sacó una aquí.
Wow.
Aviso. No tengo smite.
Nunca tienes.
Cuidado con la ulti, Néstor. XD.
Aquí llegan mis refuerzos. A veces tienes que abrirte camino.
¿Qué?
XD.
Ah,
Oh, diablo.
Uy.
No eres un gran desafío, ¿sabes?
XD. Williams. Ya hasta mañana.
Es el Oscar y
¿A dónde vamos?
te
No
jugar.
sé, juas.
Te borro toda la vida.
Williams. Okay. Ando.
Y si tú. Después de que se lo solearon.
Ujú.
Es que solo así ya
¿Viste a
puedo
Cali?
presumir.
Se la agarró contra nosotros.
Sí.
Vas México, chaqueteate.
Sácate
Culmina.
la leche. Úsate. Joder, mexicano. No he hecho los eventos del Honkai.
¿A poco se hace?
Así es.
Quizás. A ver.
Joder, que me. A ver qué tal.
Miss Fortune. Me gusta la idea.
AP y jungla, ¿no?
Ponte jungla.
Cámbiate el topo.
¿Quién está jugando ahorita? Jate contra Dan.
¿Cómo?
Ahí te roaster contra Dan. Ya. El showmaker, pues.
¿Y juega?
Sí, 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 anda jugando. Después de esta partida viene Iwan Jin.
Dangwon Kia o Motors. Liga Gaming.
Ahora se llama Duplus Kia.
Kia. ¿Hace calor? Soy yo.
Sí, hace calor.
Algo, sí.
Se acerca el verano y las manos en el ano.
Como de el comentario del video. Ay, Néstor, es mi infancia. Eres un naco y estúpido.
Pero
Mira la Cali.
tanto.
Ay, mira los tres. Ay, vieron los saqueados, son 5.
¿Qué?
¿Sí? ¿Eh? Del anterior.
No. Sí, sí.
Ay, la Fiora también se regresó con nosotros.
¿Qué pedo? ¿Son los únicos jugando?
Cuidado, México, ¿no? Esa Fiora fedea.
Joder.
Focus Bot, confía en nosotros. Así que en esto, de una te aviso, son malísimos.
Muy bien.
Sí, sí, sí. Nada más no te comes los baits de la Neko porque baitea demasiado.
Muy bien.
Quiere baitear, pero pues,
Sí, sí, sí.
si sabes
Pero
contar
no
mini,
depende.
no te baitea.
Sí, sí, sí. Nada más la marcas y ya sabes cuál es. Cuidado con tus ultis. Sí, 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 sí.
Muy bien.
Ultias oleadas, si ves un mini de más.
¿Qué tal, mexicano? Si te dan ganas de probar ese Shadow's Gate.
¿El cuál?
Ese Shadows para gays.
Joder, no lo sé.
Está
Si
más
me lo vendes, quizás.
No lo tengo comprado, nada más. Y va a salir DLC de esa cosa.
¿Ah, sí?
Sí,
¿Te
sí, sí.
dijeron cuál?
No, pero andan diciendo que la verdadera historia que tuvo que tener el
No
juego lo va a
mames,
tener el
le pegó el
DLC.
juego. Ya, 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 ya.
Uy, Néstor.
¿Están abajo?
Sí, sí, sí.
Muy
Ya
bien.
se lo cogieron.
Ah,
Ve cómo el México no entregó las nalgas.
horrible.
No quiere ganar, México. No quiere ganar, ya te lo he dicho.
Esto me da
Eso me ve.
¿Sí?
La Cali gastó flash. La Mel ni estaba en esto.
¿Sí?
Sí, ve el tap.
No sé, acaba de aparecer.
¿Qué tiene? Yo ahí la veo.
Baron spawns in 10 seconds, and you can see that Peter is trying to get in there and get some vision. Group up from Cuz as well, as that is where the next fight will likely break out. Dragon taken easily. Gold King still 1,000 gold ahead.
Mira, hablando de... Uy, ahí está.
Things going fine. They've asked the D+ to drag the game out a little longer, so for a second. I need to make up for the center game, please, guys. Yeah. It's not looking good. Bloodbuster is completed here for said Gold King. The warm-up is kind of cool here from Lucid as well. Can use his help pretty aggressively throughout a lot of these skirmishes. Scuttle being D+ also means that the rest of the vision was taken away that he knew that KT didn't start this. Barrel face checks these. Wow, look at the discipline. Look at the discipline. My boy's grown up. Trimming E-Mine though. There's a Magnet Storm from Peter. Shattering strikes beautiful. And there's nothing Trimming can do. He does a fair bit of damage on his way out, but now Lucid is the one in trouble. He's gonna have to try and get an Arctic Assault, but it does not work. He's just held in place, and that is 2 beautiful kills from KT. Now, and they might be able to get themselves a Baron. She was gonna try to rush to get this inhibitor.
Concha de la lora, hay un mosquito.
Gwen as well, straight to the Baron. The Baron get this inhibitor. Yeah, and I mean, aiming, getting that push in mid as well. So yes, you did get the Baron, but it took so long to do so that the value is just arguably even better here for D+. Barrel's looking for there's an
Casi.
around here. He's not going to use it. That is bounty gold though, going over to KT. Could stop some of these backs though and deny them from returning. Inhibitors should be the sacrifice here, as there's to give his verdict, but Gwen is immune. And that is going to be the kill going over to Cuz, aiming on vision now, but they do manage to get 2
Vaquearon, yo creo.
for the prize of Baron. They just really snap called that. The second the pick came through from the party bush, they were like, all right, we just push for the inhibs. That was such a great decisive call from D+. Now, let's see if the punish comes through. Oh, well, shoot. He's done this one before. Perfect.
Yeah.
In the mist right now, Showmaker's moving.
No llegó la placa.
Have the realm wall, man. If they want this
Se
one,
quedó aún más. No, la perdiste.
can just get into any position that they want, but not going to push the envelope. And we do have Lucid coming back at the same time. So DK back on the map, back feeling good. But KT now with Baron for a little while. Look at where they are on the map right now, both the Ezreal and the Jace. The aiming pushes on the Gwen the second Showmaker gets fought. And it's
Se
actually
están popiendo rango mexicano.
while he backs, he pushes the mid. I guess we know that
Se están popiendo el showmaker.
next on the instant push, the instant call to make that happen and grab those two
Sí, güey.
was the right move. Barrel goes over to the Baron pit as well to try to slow them down on their return. So what looks like a win for KT is really not, unfortunately. Like, the good news for KT is just a blank piece of paper, it feels like, at this point in time. I mean, there's a death cap for BD, who once again is the biggest member
Sí, estoy
on KT
buenísimo.
roster. Shocker, I know. Well, step up presence there from Barrel. We do have Glacial Prison going wide here, and that spells the end of the Poppy, but still, look at this AoE. This is absurd from Showmaker. The needlework not quite doing enough as the teleport from Chius. There is no way out. Cuz is flashing, but Chius
Aprovechando que estás aquí en México.
perfect there as well. The flash forward, and
Listo,
there's
ya
the
está.
realm warp to make sure that this Gwen is dead. Aiming not going to be helping out here. Showmaker moves on over, finds the Rune Prison, and should be able to get the combo off. Oh, not quite able to get in there as BDD just kills Amy. That's what that death cap is for, apparently. And Showmaker, you don't need to take
¿Qué dices de mi vieja?
Con mi vieja no.
Oh man, this was so much of like a beautiful back and forth macro game as we have a look at this.
Uy, merece minion.
Turned into absolute chaos, and that is precisely what we wanted out of KT versus DK. Yeah, I was starting to get a little disappointed. I'm glad at least we wanted to stick with the theme of today. Yeah. To at least make the casters seem like they really knew that we didn't know. They made us look like we knew that we didn't know what we were talking about the series. Yeah, this is cool and all. Looking for perfect, yep. But then, yeah, BDD, he's
Uy,
yeah, he and
tenemos
and
visitas.
the root comes through and oh no. It's okay. You can see they're not feeling
Voy a hacer el dragón
serious
mexicano.
about the whole situation. That was like,
No
oh,
voy a
I'm
hacer
dead
los
type scenario
Kevins.
instead of feeling catastrophe or anything like that. 3,000 gold to lead for DK. The Rebel Baron power play was about 2.5k. Is now Barrel going to get engaged on yet again. Perfect. Can't be milling about taking free damage though, as you can see. Oh, these missile stuff really do hurt too. Clears out the ward. And BDD get over that wall. And BDD and Peter could change this fight if they could get grouped here. She was trying to block.
Pues madre.
Flank his map around all the way around to the front. Yeah. Remember, this is Ocean Soul as well. Lucid looking for an angle to try and get himself in there. And Showmaker says, well, maybe we'll just win the game instead. Could be the angle, and that is going to be the soul picked up by Lucid. Good smite. As Peter pulls him back, he's not going to be able to get away scot-free. As DK might just use this as an opportunity to win the game, but Perfect gets his teleport off and
Tengo R.
get himself out of there. Deadly Flourish doesn't connect onto Barrel. As the shock blaster coming in. That's an aggressive teleport there, Mr. Showmaker, as Cuz is also going to be going down. There are different ways to engage. That is one of them. Not sure whether it's the best, but it's working out. He's going to get his revenge, or at least Barrel is, as he takes the kill onto BDD. Now they're looking to chase, looking for more. Aiming, we'll just take some jungle camps. And KT, they get to breathe another day. I think these inhibitors are going to lose this situation here is pretty smart from D+, because they have the ability to threaten the end, but Perfect isn't actually locked down, so he can teleport back and actually end up defending the base. Showmaker comes in seemingly to die to try to clean up this fight as well, because it looks pretty winnable here for KT. They have to back away as they realize the teleport's coming through. I think if Duckdom is on a traditional AD carry and not on Jhin, maybe they actually could clean this fight up, but he's actually kind of split here, and BDD, he is just going to get shoved in, and aiming rips him to shreds. Duckdom running around reloading, and that's the end of that.
The classic Jhin situation.
The 503 Jhin, who's not in a position to carry that fight.
Yeah, wow, that's... I hadn't actually looked at his scoreline. His curtain calls have been good this game.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's just you're not doing nearly as much just in the course of a team fight that Aiming will be doing on his Ezreal.
You're not really the cleanup type. I mean, there have been moments, there are scenarios in which you can do that, but yeah, this unfortunately was not one of those scenarios.
Well, you can see the undulating gold difference over time here as it is gradually moving back towards KT. Unless we have another dip coming up. We'll just have to see as the Baron up again in 5 seconds time. That's why everyone's here towards the top side, and there is so much...
Entonces si dejan que se metan un poquito, me puedo meter.
Showmaker happy to see.
Muy bien.
The more KT there is, the more fun Showmaker's having. Yep. And he is trying to eventually get this top push through. Like, top lane has been mostly ignored since those two inhibitors came down.
Uy, uy.
Oh,
¿Qué pasa
Así
ahí?
bien hambriado en esto. Lo de siempre, mierda ese con hambre.
sí, che.
Se quedó la Tristana.
Bueno, pero como que tiene todo. ¿Qué pasó ahí?
I think D Plus can team fight. They just really don't want
Estoy
to.
esperando que salga más.
Threatening these split pushes, the backdoor, you can almost...
No, ya me quería ir. Tengo 2,000 pesos.
¿Y por qué tanto?
Son
Estoy dando
argentinos.
puras vueltas.
Again, a pick on the barrel means a little bit more reprieve here for KT. And they are going to now get a little bit of barrel cryo themselves.
I'm just gonna walk on up and start it. That seems to be the
Uy, no. Se regaló.
on Vision right now as he
Por quererlo robarle a 3 pesos a la Aurelion.
Sí, sí.
now moving over, captive audience, not going to quite
Para allá.
find aiming there as the deadly flourish comes in. They're taking a fair bit of damage. Cuz down to 50%, teleport in from Q as they're looking for the team fight now. Cuz with that ulti running is so durable, and now Shiu dives in. My god, the AoE is absurd. Perfect goes golden, but that means that he just has to watch as the rest of his team dies. It's an ace in trade for Lucid, and DK are going to realm warp their way to the base.
Secure the Baron, they look for the ensuing team fight, and they do not get it done. And as these waves come through, D Plus will finally, at 33 or 34 and a half minutes, end this
Fiche.
game. A little bit of happy gaming there towards the early part of the late game, but D Plus still get it done. Beautiful macro game. Yeah. Lucid, Barrel, to be totally honest, just outclassing KT in the early game and building such a phenomenal lead. I think it's so
¿Le cae
impressive
México?
that Barrel gets to
Quizás está la mezcla. Está en-
great network.
La Neko.
Sí, sí, sí.
Uy, mira.
Tengo un 4, en 2, en 1.
No, mexicano.
Esa era la más cercana que tenía, no tenía visión de las otras dos. Ahí yo no podía hacer nada.
Jugó con tu mente.
No, quería agarrar a la otra, por eso se desapareció.
Pero deja que se vaya y tira.
Pressure, knowing when to TP, when not to TP, how to absorb pressure, when to really hard apply pressure. No indecision from this guy. Looks like a veteran already.
Yeah. I do want to say though, on the KT side of things, Peter is such a good addition to this squad. I don't care about the result of this game. KT still kept it competitive, and I think a lot of it was to do with Peter finding so many of these catches. That catch into Baron, it's the second time they've managed to make a play like this, and even though it hasn't worked out in either time, having these moments is what KT is desperately needed. So, despite the result, I think it's still definitely a good call. They just need to play together a little bit better, and I think Duckdown's going to, like, being difficult, force build shield armor pen second item is difficult. And in game number 2, he's not going to be able to play Jin. It's going to have to be something else, and we'll see whether he can join in the carrying as we bring this to streak. It's time to go to a break. When we get back, Space going to break down. And we'll get to it.
Oh,
No, papu.
Chequearon.
Tus ojos amenazan tempestad. Me gusta.
uy. Ah, es la noche.
A la borda.
La Neko.
Pistola calibre 350. Tantos aires.
Yo voy.
Esto me da muy buenas vibraciones. Sé lo que hago. Ningún problema.
Ah, está la Neko, está la Neko, está la Neko.
Sí, sí, sí.
Veamos quién manda. Cariño. A toda vela. Yo siempre disparo primero. No te des tantos aires. Los cañones cantan para mí.
Ajaja, qué estúpida.
XD.
La Fiora otra vez.
No, qué pedo. Yo he dio la vuelta mal.
Ningún problema.
Vamos para top nuestro.
Va a caer la bot y la fiera no creo que vaya. Está la Cali abajo. Ah,
Mira una burra.
uy.
Caminar son tempestad. Me gusta.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the space.
Uy. Uy.
As yesterday,
Lol.
we are kind of matching. Yeah, you can take my hoodie, your blue, his Okay, well, a lot more energy, a lot more manic high. We have a lot more drama. We have a little bit of people working with different teams in just a little bit. Just take a look at some of the highlights here. Teach you a little bit about macro. Yeah, I think they really want to trade it aside here, but sequence was so perfect. So first of all, they did not
Ejecutado.
have to farm on the bot side, and KT was not helping Ducked Up at all. But on the other side, DK was protecting Jace, Sejuani was covering here, and also you can see Showmaker walking towards top side with his Rise ultimate. So this difference made huge gap between the
Yeah, and I don't think
Uy,
Optimus had the best performance, but this legitimately wasn't his fault. What's
Come here.
happening here is that DK is reading the map so much better, and they're playing towards shield. The track they have in this player very clearly also you have both potential and coverage for a format investment towards the top side.
Uy.
They even have
No, las rosas. Uy, el Aurelion viene a barrer.
Sí, sí, sí.
Uy, se van a barrer de Aurelion.
Las rosas, las rosas.
Pish, que te las veo. Ahí está, ahí está.
difference that we see here
Juventud.
Atrás, también.
Ape.
that KT do, which leads to this brutal
So how are you gonna play the how are you gonna play the fight? You know, when you see this
Yeah.
and you cannot
Yeah.
really play your game. You gotta play around the game, and also you gotta
El reventito del...
play the carry to farm around. But I feel like DK was a lot better on respecting enemies' play. Then that's why they can actually predict their play.
Así es. Entonces, dude.
Uy, es malísimo. Uy, pero ¿cómo te vas?
Tell the story at all. Great
Casi te mueres.
by D plus in our first highlight. Then down in the bottom side of the map, it then switches on over to giving over Drake. So yeah, this outcome, like this kind of macro, comes from the DK Aldi Drake. So they got already 2 Drakes in the Aldi game, and then for the 3 Drake, I think KT kind
¿Qué
of
quiere? Dice la Neko.
over to the Drake and Drake.
Yep.
I just wanted to show that this kind of macro is what we needed for this kind of meta, because I feel like Graph nowadays, do you really think it's a kind of valuable objective? Yes, of course, you get the only experience advantage on the jungle, but I feel like you don't really get out of
those things, you know, like maybe you can be ahead a little bit, but I think it's more valuable to get the early breaks.
And I do
Quiere el dragón,
wanna
dice.
highlight in a game where particularly
Ya,
Showmaker and Barrel
a
took
ver
multiple
que llegue
liberties
por
to
ahí.
try
Que
to
te
play
apures,
both the
dice el guapo.
fights, and by
Ella te
the
manda.
way, they just kind of stood there, tanked unnecessary skill shots and died a lot. The biggest difference between these two teams for me was how
Nicole.
much more cognizant
Sí.
Pues tú cobras. Órale, maldita. Órale, maldita.
KT kept looking for opportunities. They
Uy,
Pues tú también cobras. Órale.
Uy.
breath of fresh air for this team. They look so much more vibrant, but they get to there, and then what happens? Because these neighbors are always going to go down. I don't think it's the game decider, but this could have been an angle back for them.
Yeah, they could actually bounce back. You can actually speed up from here. I think they could actually just kill Barrel here, reset, and break the wave and push mid. But instead of that, they
People still dead.
yeah, so they're
Push
gonna
mid. We get bounties.
lot of tempo. And also you said we have bounty on the turrets, right? So they could actually push mid and then get the tempo for the next play, but instead of that, they're actually losing tempo after getting that, after getting cut. So I think that was the worst part. I mean, I think KT, I think they really played well after the game was already decided, you know?
wow.
The big thing here is that if you don't base immediately after Baron, that's fine, but then you do actually make use of your time on the map. Because now, basically, a full unit of the Baron that might be the one angle back into the game is just gone. That didn't end up leading to anything. It was chasing shots as well as real
Dale, mi movilidad. Oh no, México, vete para atrás. No, México.
On this main roster for several splits now. On out. How does this
Uy,
Néstor, Néstor, es Néstor.
de miedo por esto.
Will he be able to show up against another young face in Shiva who's proven his worth?
Es el más capi.
We'll just have to find out, Dagon. I absolutely love
XD.
the name, by the way. Super grassy high vibes. I'm like, I'm really
Era
enjoying
más,
it.
hecho la
Especially
chingada.
like with the extra, like the denim. Woodid's just killing it with the fashion. Yeah, and actually nailing it 100%. But let's talk about casting because he's making his way in. And we didn't see him throughout all of the LCK Cup. Did see him in Casper Cup, but that was of course
Y hecho la
basically
chingada.
I think, while I do think Casting is a very strong player, he's proven his worth in challengers and even in the LCK a little bit. He's played a few games for depth roles.
Asado de
I don't like his choice because I think if you were going to make a choice like this, especially if you're making this to be a performance-based choice, maybe just start Casting at the beginning of the season and like give him his full opportunity.
En definitiva, no hubo mucho daño. Sí, sí.
te preocupes, mexicano, te ayudo.
Yo les cubro.
Uy, mira.
Vamos, modo gay.
Not every team gets to be CFO. That can just freely sub between their two top laners and everyone's happy and it's all fine. This could be a different story. Casting not necessarily playing any different champions. Therefore, Topside has played 4 games so far in Challenger this season, but none of them really standing out. Played some Gwen, some Rumble, some Section, and Ambassador like this. Not really anything.
Casting is also a player who's improved so much in the last 2 years. Spent some time on Genji's Challengers roster and really wasn't looking great there. very strong player. And I'm looking forward to seeing what he's going to play here, as we have a lot of big things gone, right? Gwen is gone, Jace is gone, Ezreal is gone. So maybe something like a Rumble. Yeah. Something that KT goes to for.
I actually wouldn't mind the Rumble ban away here from DK as well, because there really aren't a lot of sort of big ticket top lanes you can lock in right now. With the Galio, the Rumble becomes more dangerous. So
Uy, casi.
good ban here for DK. But one less up.
Uy. XD.
Le cae un meteorito.
2-0. Ganamos la serie.
A Olivia le cayó un meteorito y caminaba.
Ay, ay, ay.
Otra vuelta.
Like I saw K9 when I was driving to work, and I was like, you know what?
And the joke is like right there, right as Nefiri comes into meta. It's so cool. Yeah, I need to look that up. That sounds like a fun car. But okay, let's have a look now at what KT are going to be putting together, because that is a Talia for BDD. There are Talia players, and there are Talia players, and BDD, he be a Talia player.
Very strong in the and you know. So I'm really liking this rotation here for KT Roaster. Will we get an 80 carry for Dom at this stage is the question. You know, something like an Ashe.
Yeah, I'd actually love just lock in Ashe.
Oh, me saco esta cosa.
Also has
ya volvió.
utility. Instead, it's going to be Rakan for Peter. Peter's like, all right, I need it. I need my best.
Prepárate, Néstor, porque me vuelve a tocar masturbarme en la jungla.
Sí, che.
Elige un número otra vez, del 1 al 46.
4.
4, 1, 2, 3. Darius Jungla. Te la perdono, Ramos, porque no me gusta dar.
¿Qué quiere decir, mexicano?
Voy, ¿qué? Soy. Bueno, estaba. Ha sido mi bien buey. A ver.
Vayan algo divertido.
Divertido. Yo no sé qué es eso.
No, Néstor.
No lo sé.
I actually kind of thought Xayah would be just picked away by DK, because so many players, aiming included, like playing it into Vi.
Yeah.
A ver, ¿con qué puedo trolear, Néstor?
Sácale un Chaco Sport.
El Chaco, creo que no tengo al Chaco. A ver.
Sácale karma. Ay, le mama cuando yo llevo karma.
No la sé usar. A ver qué hace tú. Cham, ¿qué usas para todo?
De todo un poco. Maestro, aprendiz de todo, maestro de nada. Hace daño, cura y escuda. Hace daño, escuda y stunea. Pero el daño no es mucho. El escudo no es mucho. Y el stun no tarda en llegar.
La pinche champ inútil, ¿para qué me lo llevé? Me lleva a la E.
Lo único bueno que tiene es que tiene la R desbloqueada a nivel 1. Mientras pensamos llevar para la próxima partida.
¿Cómo?
¿Qué quieres llevar para la próxima partida?
Ah, pues, ¿qué fue lo que no nos salió bien la vez pasada? Los ganchos.
Los ganchos.
Tanques.
Los ganchos. Ah, pues de hecho.
Ah, sí, ¿verdad? Porque los tanques sí, éramos los únicos que aguantaban.
Sí.
in the past, so much easier to lock down
Y hacíamos
with
daño,
Tristana
que
with
eso es
the
lo peor.
Nautilus than it would be with Leona, even though Leona is super good into Rakan and
Ve,
suits the
Bueno,
dive
vean,
style composition that they
un,
have. Manoa's just
¿qué
pressing R
sería?
and can lock
Un
down
cuento muy
the
turbio para
Rakan as
estas
well.
horas.
If he's
Sí,
looking
sí,
for an
sí.
engage, might not be
Perdón,
able to make
hermanos.
his way out.
En el
And
Discord.
can just be good into Rakan
Patrocinador
in
del
general,
canal.
get those roots on him. I like what KT
Del
Roster put
cuchillo
together, though.
silencio,
You know,
sí,
they have
sí,
the
sí.
Vi, which is pretty good into the Fury. You can lock her down. You can lock down the Ahri. You know,
A
there's
ver.
a lot of mobile champions that you deal with in this meta that by just pressing R as Vi. And even the Kai'Sa, when she goes in, if you're the first to engage as D+, you find yourself, unless you crush the fight early, you're kind of stuck in with the comp there on the side of KT Rolster. I think a lot of this game for me is going to come down to individual laners' performances. You know, you have a lot of budget on this Tristana coming into the Kai'Sa early. Will Dom lane well there? Will we see casting, win out on the Gnar versus Aatrox? Will we space well on the Gnar and try to build some advantage up there, be self-sufficient? Those are the questions that KT Rolster have to answer for us, because last game wasn't about the draft necessarily, it was about the macro, the early game leads that the D+ built up quickly, and we have to see a better performance in lane and also just with the synergy and the communication of KT Rolster moving into the second one.
¿Te imaginas eran las mismas?
Estuvo muy X, la verdad. Ya 3 veces.
Mira, es la skin de Shaco. La buena.
Wow.
Con la yo-yo pose.
Con yo-yo pose.
Si vieras yo en esto lo entendí.
Fiche.
Así es.
Fiche.
Así de huevos. No. Tú puro anime disque de romance. Hablando de anime de romance, ¿cómo? Ya se
Efecto
estrenó el
resueño.
anime del... Ya se estrenó el anime ese de... ¿Sí viste de... El de la estudiante que se enamora del señor?
El del After the Rain, creo que se llamaba.
After the Rain, sí.
Nada más me he visto clips y tal. No lo vi, pero sí lo quiero ver. Sí.
Está muy
Sí, lo
bonito.
voy a ver. Ese sí lo voy a ver.
Bueno, la autora creo que es, se sacó, tiene otra que también está siendo adaptada ahorita. También está buenísimo.
¿Ah, sí?
Yo
Está
nomás
ahorita en
te voy a decir, como dijo el... ¿Cómo era? Esto no es un anime de romance. Está muy cabrón.
Nueva temporada de High School DxD.
¿Del qué?
Si no tiene el efecto de fondo, no quiero nada. Como opening. Uy, ojito. Denle su puta madre, denle su puta madre, denle su puta madre.
Eres el stun con esa madre.
RQ, las rantizas, RQ. Atrás. Uy, cólleye.
Oh shit.
Un sorbete.
Goes dealt with that as Beryl's flashing in, looking for some opportunities here. We're seeing the win rate here of the Kai'Sa is looking pretty huge as well, as Jiu with a couple of victories on the champion, as that is some scuffling in the mid lane as well. Jonas Strong's got
Ahí van
cut out for us today,
Sí.
with the amount of fights.
Porque el miedo no anda en burro.
Uy.
Vean. Púntele bien.
Level 2 advantage here for Beryl. It's what he gets from that exchange earlier. Otherwise, not really a win for him in D+, but getting this push is going to feel nice.
Yep. And not having flash means that I think a bit of this aggression is going to wear off. You can see it was Ignite Flash trade for just the barrier, so KT probably a return punch available here, as Q not going to find the second Q. Casting everything quite nicely. Will be completely even when it comes to farm after this wave.
A call back here as they swap lanes. I actually really like this from Q. And Q can teleport to the bottom wave. They'll have the faster rotation there. Let's see what Dunk's going to do.
This is like right on the line.
Me guardo atrás.
Really going for it as quickly as possible. And you can see KT
they're a bit wise to it. They're going to be heading back, allowing this wave to crash, but Shiu going to have to teleport.
Con RQ ralentizas. RW es el stump y te curas.
Let's see whether this is actually going to work out here for DK. Already they are falling down a little bit when it comes to the farm that they've been able to pick up, mainly to the top side of the map, as you can see, casting with a fair bit more money from the minions.
As Shiu catches this wave, though, even things up. And this is just the new standard, the LCK. If you have any tempo advantage whatsoever, you always take your opportunity to swap lanes to the top side. If the enemy top laner ended up having to use their teleport for any reason, you're having a massive advantage. In this case, though, casting actually just gets back to lane for free, and it's not going to be a massive lead or anything here for D+, but grab the call.
And aiming, yeah, in goes Doctom. Hook going to miss there from Beryl as Peter picks up a turret shot, so not exactly optimal on that front. Beryl going to have that dredge line up. There it is. And able to hook up Doctom, who rocket jumps his way out. And the trade going to be won here by DK in the end, but I like the gusto from KT.
Yeah. This could have been worse actually from KT. Beryl missing that dredge line. Did them a little bit of a favor there, but still really hard to actually make all ends happen in this lane matchup.
Yeah,
just a slingshot, in the inventory of Doctom.
I think they really wanted to get aiming splash or something. Yeah. Instead, KT invests nothing when it comes to the summoner spells, as casting taking a lot of damage here. We'll have Mega Knight coming up relatively soon as BDD's turned up, and that should be aiming going down. The Ignite ticking, and Doctom grabbing first blood in the top lane.
That's kind of peculiar. I have to go back and look and see how he just got up there. I mean, he didn't Weaver's wall his way in there. He just dropped the wave for a second, went up. As down here, yeah, it's gonna be fine. But yeah, I think aiming just didn't expect this. He went all the way around. He had that control ward in the front. All the way around here. Peter is ready for it. Doctom is in there to sweep up and grab the kill. Fantastic play there from BDD, utilizing that one controller, a little bit of vision to a long wrap around. Doesn't really lose that many minions either in the mid lane. So clean. That's first blood.
Beautifully done. We know BDD, fantastic on the Taliyah. Part of the thing that makes a Taliyah player a good Taliyah player is utilizing your ability to get around the map, because you move so much faster. As Lucid, he's going to get punched, going to need to jump his way out, because just going to really don't like it when the doggos get punched by it. Just feels very violent.
Yeah, it's not great.
Grubs are now going to spawn. DK back out onto the map once again. Not end of the world or anything like that, but it's really good to see KT playing through Doctom a little bit more in this game. Just a few carry performances might be enough to get this guy's confidence up to where it needs to be as well.
I 100% agree. For success this time, where they abandoned him last time.
Yeah, he's rocket jumping forward, straight into Beryl, which is suboptimal, I guess. Gets the flash out, though, as Peter goes in with the grand entrance, and BDD, as always, is ready. Great buffer there on the dredge line there from Beryl.
I'd say if they went too far, okay, not quite. I was a little bit worried.
Top lane is still doing top laner things, as Shiu with this electrocute making casting's life hell down here on the bottom side. KT started up the grubs though, and Showmaker does take a crab for himself. Rotating over, yeah, does manage to get that level 6 Beryl. Start up this fight, let's see whether they can get in there. Charm is going to connect beautifully onto this Tristana, and Showmaker is right there.
Oh no!
Looking for a double here as the flash comes forward. It's actually the bleed that takes down the Rakan. Both of the bottom lane members are dead, and they only have to sacrifice Beryl. They'll even take more grubs for the trade.
Now, very, very thin margin. That's to be able to find that success with the Heat pull it off. And the Fury ends up grabbing a kill off the play. First rock gets taken, and the setup here for Doctom is not great. He's not able to do a lot of damage here, and even though he has the shield, this rocket jump, Showmaker's already there on the chase, blocking of the retreat. This is beautiful positioning for Showmaker, so they can guarantee the eliminations there, because he knows that the fight is won, but if I position this way, nobody's getting out. And unfortunately, Doctom just wasn't really in a spot to where he could actually offer any damage there, just engaged on right away.
Oh,
speaking of,
oh dear. We know that there is Bioshock lurking.
Greedy.
Amy's coming in. Doesn't have level 6 just yet.
He's like 1 minion away from it. He gets his cannon, he hits it.
And then the Killer Instinct is going to be up
Wow.
and available. And so just a concussive blows. There it is. Aiming doesn't even need the Killer Instinct. And now he's going to use it. Does miss the Void Seeker. But gets the passive though as the hook is going to go wide. And Doctom does get himself out. Did have to invest the Buster Shot in that play. All there. Still, it's a trade of like ult for ult, right? And Barrel's not level 6 yet, so couldn't actually use his. Exactly. Still fine for Doctom.
Yeah, they get the Dragon off this too. So feeling pretty good about that. Was a pretty long con play there. Good
Will
reaction
mean-
from Duckdom.
Yeah, will mean that there is a fair bit of spare time for the DK. Top side, this whole wave is going to be taken down. So, despite the fact that there are 2 extra kills on Doctom, this farm advantage should remain for aiming, and the play punch coming on in is certainly good for him as well.
Existe una ley implícita en
It's
la
a pretty fun little exchange there that we saw on the top. Like, I like the play. You know, Barrel knows aiming is hitting 6. Duckdom hasn't like been able to necessarily calculate what's going to happen, but he knows he's Tristana. He knows he has a long kind of leash he can be on. Pretty good escape range, has the Buster Shot. So it was actually really cool to see how both sides played that one out.
And so Doctom able to pick up this play. Crash that one towards the top side. Barrel is going to meet it in time. Should be able to grab level 6 as well. Peter also for that. As Cannon Money over to the Nautilus. You love to see it. Depth charge now online. See whether KT are going to be able to fight around it or not. Here on the bottom side, casting did hit level 8 earlier, and has actually been kind of chilling after what was, you know, a difficult time in the lane, as we saw. It's only about, like, what, 8 CS or something like that?
It's such a volatile matchup for the electrocute Aatrox because the Gnar is like, I'm spacing, you can't touch me, but if she was like, if I ever do touch you, your health disappears. So it's super volatile. It looks like, oh, the Gnar is doing fine, and then suddenly, you know, you change connection, and boom, half the Gnar's health bar is gone. But when he spaces perfectly, it's hard for the Aatrox to actually do anything to him. There's a bit of an opportunity potentially.
Oh dear. There is a big old Gnar thrown out here. Misses the wall, misses the statue. Shout out to Jubei there as we are seeing his equalizer out from around, but unfortunately not able to find the solo kill there towards the side.
Not quite towards the flash
Holy.
either. Trade of ultimates, but still gets a little bit of extra pressure down in this lane, and she will likely have to teleport. Lucid is in the bottom side. They could actually try to make something of this. Looks like that's what they're looking for.
Yeah, he's a bit of a cheeky one here, as he's going to be mini now for quite some time. Still not going to opt in for it. Didn't have information, so they are just going to back away.
algunos me llaman
Still 1,000 gold to lead here at this point. Magic Shove is going to go one. Team fight. Really makes it feel like he's having a good day. Like the Ari.
LOL. Yo no tengo nada de daño. Te llevas la mitad del cuarto de vida y se la quité.
DK are going to be the ones having to be playing on the front foot in this game, and Lucid is going to slowly but surely just not have the same amount of lethality.
Yeah, it feels like, weirdly enough, the Aatrox is the one that scales the best here. Some big healing so far here in the LCK. You know, traditionally, sometimes an Aatrox that falls behind can't do anything, but an Aatrox is just sitting even with a decent amount of setup, and the comp can actually be a huge threat later on. D+ just don't have any control here, though, and this is just going to be the Grubs going over to KT. Rolster, because they have so much damage here, Tusk can hold his smite. Should be able to guarantee all 3.
Yeah, Lucid might be able to get in there to try and go for a smite steal, but that is certain death. And so they're not going to risk it. So 4 Grubs to 2 in favor of KT, similar to what we saw in the last game. A few hits on the bottom side takes a boomerang to the noggin.
That is a objective for the feats of strength.
Yep.
So that's a pretty significant advantage for KT on top of already having, like you said, the 4 Grubs.
Yeah, the next kill is actually going to be pretty important. Then it is only the turret
It's a much closer game than last game. You know, 1,000 gold lead here. Complete macro control. They're not just running KT around the map like they did in game 1. Very different draft, of course, so that's part of it, but still.
Oh, this is still the hot out of the way.
the next fight is potentially just going to be this dragon, and it's valuable for KT because it'll give him a temporary lead and that objective feat of strength. So I imagine that they'll take the opportunity to group for it.
Yep, and I imagine that they were also paying attention to the space. We did telling us that these dragons are extraordinarily important early. DK definitely wanting to even that one out.
And they have BDD already sent up to the top lane. He has teleports, and he's going to be able to catch the wave. And they could just easily set up for a dragon take here. D+ also, this isn't necessarily the best time for them to fight. See what they do opt for here. Yeah, it's going to be KT having to clear this first, but if they just grab this dragon for free, you know, it doesn't feel like D+ are going to have a off-map opportunity. The awkward thing here for D+, because she'll make her team they push off
No alcanzo a pegar el...
¿Ah?
LOL.
What?
XD. No matan los minions.
GG.
Managing to get the engage off as he does kill some doggos here as well. Somewhat distressing. Now going to start off this dragon, and I don't know whether DK can actually make their way in time. Yeah, got Showmaker rotating down, now teleporting in. They desperately do not want this to happen. Casting, holding onto his teleport for the moment. We need to get Lucid in here to go for the smite, but it is going to be the Vi locking it down. Already though, Cuz is getting very, very low. Great knockback as Shiu going bananas, gets over that wall as they take down the Tristana. BDD just trying to create the space for himself to be able to throw around these rocks, and he does do so. The rest of TC 4 versus 3, the flash forward from this young top laner. Lucid diving on in as BDD does create the room to get him out of there with a seismic shove, but Peter and BDD are running the wrong direction. Shiu umbrally dashing towards this Rakan, and BDD gonna have to ride a wall to get out. That turret shot not quite enough, and he does escape with his life, but that's about it.
Pretty cinematic there from BDD, but he's not going to be telling any happy stories to anyone on his survival here. His positioning is great here, though, to stop the entry. Has the rocks set up really well. He's able to avoid this engage here. Even when Shiu comes through, BD is actually just chilling. Like, when you watch BDD in this fight, and the collapse goes on to Duckdom, BD actually does so much work and positions really well. Helps deny Shiu the follow-up here onto Peter as well. Like, BD played this about as well as he could have, but once Duckdom is gone, there just isn't enough longevity in this fight, unfortunately, and Shiu did all of the heavy lifting. It looked like KT just thought, okay, one set of Unraveled Earth will be enough to keep them out, and I think also KT thought, because it didn't look initially like these ones were going to contest, that they can kind of just sit on the laurels there and be like, BD just rocks up, they won't commit, surely.
Yeah, and D+ commits to those. And when they saw Showmaker's teleport, they needed to get Casting teleporting in. But I think he was building Navar as the charm is going to connect here on a BDD. He has the Seraph Shield, but he doesn't have the Seismic Shove. And Showmaker, with this extra little portion of essence, should be able to take down the Talia. Does do so. Now DK with so much extra tempo on this map, they'll be able to get the Herald, but can they get even more? And Casting is at least trying to grab this turret as an answer. And Showmaker, he gets that kill. He has 10 Dark Seals. This is going to be feats of strength, though, over to KT, and Casting takes him down. So that is important. Upgrading some definitely a step in the right direction for them. I'm starting to worry about the snowball that's starting to roll down the hill here on the Sari. Had he gotten all of that turret, I think he'd really be thinking about it, but it is defended, of course, by the jungler. All people going back to this exchange here, really range hook from Barrel, and the follow-up from Showmaker super easy. BDD tries to shove him, he avoids it, and then just kind of sweeps him here, waits for cooldowns, knowing there's no way to lose that one. Yep. Showmaker being very frustrating, as you do have to
Uy, el Chaco.
volley up, and it's very hard when the champion. So Duckdom now with a little bit of a shot here, shadowing, trying to make sure that he's going to be okay. And you can see the gold leads starting to get pretty absurd.
Yeah, it's the Showmaker one that's the biggest one, but also Duckdom no longer has a lead. And unfortunately, I feel like the ways for KT to win this game are going to be, again, single target. But now, after that last fight, they've lost too much map control, and then you see all these wars in the jungle, and the entry points, or he makes more challenging.
Okay.
This is where the comp that otherwise can play well from behind struggles without vision. Herald is dropped here, and a mid-turret will likely drop with it.
We'll see whether they do actually manage to take it down. This charge is not quite going to be enough.
Yeah, they don't fit further.
Yeah, so they're just going to put it there.
No, ya no llegué.
Daggers fly, but that's not going to get tagged.
So that is how you use tempo, ladies and gentlemen. D+, could they have committed maybe to trying to dive into the turret? No. Quick bottom, force all KT to rotate it.
Uy.
Somebody dives, they hit the bottom turret. They, you know, if they show up, then you back away.
Ahí va el Wawis, ahí va el Wawis.
Sí, sí, sí.
Uy, maté una.
Corre, corre, corre.
Pinche
Se
gordo.
metió. Sí, está loco.
Top minions, excuse me, are going to the
Gas.
left side as well here, as D+ had that one pushing in. So they don't get any kills.
Ahí va el Chaco, ahí va el Chaco.
Very well, but still small incremental advantages stacking up here. Both that mid and bottom turret are basically dead. The top turret along with it.
Oh shit, me va a atropellar.
Oh. No, esto. No.
He has 100% kill contribution here for his team. It's just a really good day if you're Showmaker, and BDD cannot keep up with that level of dominance that we're seeing here. As this dragon now being flanked by almost every member of DK.
KT looking to give it the old college try, you know, grouped up, trying to make it happen here.
Joder.
Wave out. They actually do get an opportunity here. I didn't think they were going to be able to wrestle that prio away, and they're now pushing Shiu back. He's going to get that and then can teleport in.
Whoa, there's the flash forward. All right, they're looking for Shiu, who does use the flash to get himself out of the way, and there is not enough to actually take down this Aatrox. So that was their shot that they took.
And nobody's doing the dragon either, so they don't get the dragon off.
Forbidden Book is now completed here for Showmaker. He'll use that to help take down this outer turret in the mid lane after already securing the top lane. And Cuz is now going to get depth charge. There's the hook to line it up, and the pile is from everyone on DK. They'll take down the jungler. That will be the dragon over to DK as well. And with just this push, with the understanding that KT desperately wanted to get this soul point, and DK used that in order to take the rest of the map.
DK uses their tempo incredibly well. They use KT's tempo against them. In all fairness, though, I think KT, instead of trying to Weaver's Wall and chase Shiu, probably could have just started the dragon and looked for a turn off with the positional advantage they had. There was a razor-thin window for it, because Showmaker obviously has teleport. He's going to get that top turret, but you're losing the top turret no matter what. But that chase meant that they got nothing, did not get the dragon. Here for them now 5,000 gold behind. Didn't get that so far. I don't think they're ever going to have
Lo vale el perrito.
dragon. Very unlikely.
Yeah, she also going to be able to take down this bottom outer turret as Peter is on that ward, so not going to be backing right now. Voice also going to stop him there, but he's got a shield, so he'll be fine. KT going to need a whole lot more. They're 1,000 gold behind.
Uy, qué bien. RW y te curas.
The DK have been able to do this, of course, winning some team fights, certainly helpful. A lot of it is just playing the map better.
Uy, qué mal. Uy, la otra.
12R. Te amo.
It could happen. I mean, they did just lose a game to BK. That happened. BK, it also just win. Maybe BK aren't quite as bad as we thought. But, I mean, right now, the plan for KT is to, D+ take a risky autocross. Like, stay around the area, you know, let's see if some of the match resistance threat comes through, and then BAD pops off in the fight, somebody overspends, Meryl gets called on a ward. You know, these are the types of things you're now praying for if you're a KT Bolster fan. We had so many other avenues, so many other root causes before this. I mean, the comp can work from behind. It's just a question of how far behind is too far behind.
No.
Oh.
Like you were talking about, he's trying to taxi his way through the rest of TK, unable to collapse in time though. They just lose their Nautilus. Should level 16 there towards the end. Now looking for a bit of a reset himself. Is casting, looking for an angle, but doesn't get the wall up. Does get the Gnar into the wall though, as Shiu. Still, there's a wall coming down, and with the world ender, I think Shiu should have the movement speed to try and get out. But you can see the rest of KT are now collapsing on the situation. Showmaker's moving in, Yeri, you're exactly right. Can Shiu survive for long enough? That's the question, as he gets stunned up by the rocks and will get taken down. 4 members going to be enough to deal with the Aatrox, as the rest of TK shove these waves in, and that is more money going to the wayside for KT, but at least they get their mark.
Yeah, they at least get that kill, and it's not as disastrous as it was in Game 1 in terms of cross maps. It's not like D+ got Otacon for Shiu, you know, which they might have actually been able to do had they realized how many members of KT were really going to show up there. But it's a small victory that doesn't lead to anything else. You know, she was going to be up in 20 with teleports, so KT can't rush Otacon in the interim. It's a small victory, but in itself is not going to be enough to put KT back into this game.
10 seconds until Shiu's back up again, but he does have teleports, so he can be anywhere at a moment's notice.
If KT win a fight here, miraculously, they get Otacon, they get Baron, they've got Tristana, maybe that's their way back into the game. One more chance, one Hail Mary, that's all they got.
He did take a bit of damage with the doggos, but too much more here is Showmaker on an angle, cause he thought he might have had it. They didn't have quite enough backup in time. They wanted to actually teleport him. He's going back home first,
No, yo no quiero hacer. Uy.
This is very dire. Yeah, Beryl. No Hex Slash. Does have his flash available, as Cuz is going to find Beryl as the Baron does spawn. Showmaker though has found the angle, and Beryl with a beat.
Mira el bro, se cansó.
Down the enemy jungle. Shiu could be in trouble here though, as he does have the shield, but it's not quite enough. Peter going to be taken down as the dog's getting these resets, and Doctom out of position and destroyed. That should be an Otacon. That should also be a Baron, and DK not messing around in game 2 today.
Yeah, Beryl looked like a juicy target there. They thought that D+ had backed away further, but they were still close enough to turn on a dime. Shiu shows up with a teleport, and despite dying, absorbs so much pressure, heals so much, shields himself.
Looking for a bit of an angle, but he just splits the red sea here. The hook does come forward. Beryl happy to sacrifice his life, because the Baron is going to be taken by the Fury. They can get themselves over the wall here. Beryl actually can't. Get it. I mean, that one's not so small victory here again for always the small ones, sadly for them, but and when it's Voracious, I think getting the Baron was the right call there, because Voracious I feel like is a bit of a win-more. Lock down a bunch of these turrets and give full dragon access forever.
in live, taking the dragon, that is going to be Hextech's sole point. I mean, this is just, I mean, Lucid plays this really well.
Waiting to try and get in here and go for a steal, doesn't manage to get it, and that's Cuz grabbing Soul Point, I believe. It is. For KT, there it is.
Yeah, and that means that, you know, 8,000 gold behind if they can do it one more time.
No!
You know, unfortunately though, the stacks in the Death Note are reaching maximum very quickly. He's on right now, and they're going to be able to start Otacon again.
Sitting here. As control vision is going in on the flank on the back of the pit. As Lucid holds on to the Otacon, keeps him interested. Perception flying in, casting not taking too much damage from that one. As the full wraparound here with the Aatrox is so scary. Beryl just careens over the top of KT and then finds the black hook onto BDD. The timing shove is good, but it's onto the Aatrox. There's a pilot on top of his Tristana. No option at all. He's trying to get out, but he's not going to. Double already here for Amy, and it's also a double for Shears. A young player, an absolute monster in this game. Nowhere to go. Outside of him with the rest of the where Lucid is just going to dive on over. I think they may let him live for now, but I don't know whether this is
Uy, ya no pude salir. Shh.
¿Y este?
Sí,
Hold on. He can't pull off myself, but he's Aatrox. Watch the this moment where they actually decide, okay, we're going to turn on the shield, and they change CC him. And look at this, it's just not going down, is it? It's really just not going down. No,
He presses World Ender and then like auto attacks a couple of times and he's back up to half health. It's all fine. Cleans up the rest of these kills.
I mean, if it was almost any other top laner, maybe you actually punish and you can turn that one around. Peter has to re-engage, but unfortunately not to be, and that's Archon.
I don't know whether DK necessarily needed to get Archon there. They could have possibly just broken most of the face off the back of that play. That definitely feels like the smoother choice, you know, the easier choice.
I think if they had some more pushing of the game, so better setup, I think they probably could go for it, but there was only a little bit of time left. Yeah. This way they kind of dies on the sponsor, for example, that's still out there standing gold. Showmaker, there's not much more you can do to Showboat in this one.
No,
Well, they're trying to keep it safe, extending the game a little bit, arguably, but keeping it the safe extent.
Thank you. Uy. No mames, ¿cómo salimos vivos de eso?
Yeah, this is the siege I was talking about. The monster is really quite tough to defend here for KT, but they clear it one wave. Comes another.
Yeah, aiming does have his arm guard as well, so he can play pretty aggressively here as they do just nothing they can really do about
Le cuesta el John limpiar.
Only a minute left of his Archon.
Hasta respirar le cuesta.
Sí, sí, demasiado.
Just over the wall, but Anchor is just going to barely go wide. And the rest of DK now find themselves in an awkward spot. Great double knock up from Peter. The recall to coming through.
No tengo smite,
They're looking for their opportunity. The Weaver's Wall comes in. Lucid's the one that's now in trouble. Has to go on top. He gets off the wall. But DK, that was a slight overstep. Yeah, I think they wouldn't have positioned that way if they didn't have the ball flight. But, I mean, at this point...
No, no mames. Creo que algo le pega.
But this was so well played by KT. They used their incredible wave clear to just constantly clear these waves, look for an opportunity. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. I don't think they stand like this. I don't think they push their way into the base if they, you know, didn't have those Otacon buffs. But still, KT also using a lot of tools here that won't necessarily be available for that Dragon test. So, yes, it looks a little bit silly, and D+ players do withdraw. But I think they're still looking to come over here and counter that soul and continue their advantages. Baron is up for 40 seconds. If they end up winning the fight here, even if it's a white, they probably send the game.
Se hambrió.
A este punto ya la escala no importa, ya estamos.
¿Tú crees?
Uy, mira.
Uy.
Sí, pues eso nada más da experiencia, no da otro bujo remarcable.
¿Qué?
Le acabaron a Johnny.
La mesa acabó.
No se puede confiar en ese güey. Para nada.
No mames, mexicano. Yo le hizo menos daño.
There from KT, but DK, they read it in the end and they should be able to end this game.
Yeah, as you have coined, the wallets are heavy.
And unfortunately, even with a miracle engaged there, it is just not enough.
I love it that once again, though,
Millones no hizo nada.
proven that Peter's a good addition to this team. Unfortunately, they fell too far behind in that mid game. DK just looking so much better. And
¿A quién le
in
toca
comparison
pasear?
to their first outing here for the LCK for 2025, this was way cleaner. The G plus Kia, Showmaker going golden, having one of his best Ari performances that we've seen for quite some time. He's always been good at this champion, but man, that was a showstopper.
It certainly was, and it kind of crushed our dreams of the wild and wacky three-gamer where nothing makes sense and it's not
Maybe
clean.
what doesn't make sense is the fact that it was so clean.
Yeah, I guess that's
Pues qué quiere decir, pues sí.
in the end with that one.
Yeah, there we go.
Although
Están
I'm
en
disappointed we didn't have that wacky
¿Invisibles? ¿Con Action y la rata? ¿O juegos mentales con Shaco y Nick?
close to their peak form we've seen from them in 2025 in that series
Pues
earlier
yo
this
digo
week.
que de invisibles, ¿no? Suena más que de juego.
Two
Sí,
relatively weak
patrullar bien a gusto.
Si no tienes al Action o al Rich, puedes agarrar al Timo.
I think against top
Sí tengo a los dos.
this team could
A
definitely
ver,
make waves.
¿nos llevo al Action? ¿O quieres
Yo me
ir
llevo
con
al-
el...
Q fans in
con
the
la
rata.
audience here as well here at Lowpark. This guy, as far as like debut fandom, has the highest that we've seen in such a long time.
Yeah, I mean, I think really close to Zeus level.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I'd say Zeus is
¿Quién formea
one
Cubo
who's
yo?
open, but I wouldn't say he's close to Zeus, but he's getting there.
Como
It's hard to
quieras.
top Zeus'
Formea
debut
tú.
on
Tienes ganas de
him and
formar.
Viper. I think probably
No,
for me like the big standout debut players over the last few years, last 10 years.
Yeah, Viper as well.
Mexicano. Y viene Genji contra Dango.
Teammates that are all pretty good at the time.
I think that
La
KT
piqué.
roles
Ahorita vengo.
definitely look like they're ramping up a little bit. You know, I think
Como te decía, mexicano. Como me cae mal ese güey.
those two one-sided games, we see some angles. I feel like they're just
Se
not on the same
nota.
tier as D+. They're gonna have to work on their
No hace
macro
falta
and
que
their
digas más.
communication. I think putting casting in was a risk and probably further hindered their ability to communicate a little bit. But at the same time, it's much better than what we saw from them for most of the LCK Cup. And Peter, like you said, gives them this kind of X-Factor engage angle where he's been playing confidently at least, which I don't think we could have really said about his counterpart earlier this year. So it's a 0-2 loss that you're not happy about if you're a KT fan, but at least you're feeling like things are moving towards. Maybe you'll be happy about it when we reach the middle pack of the season. There's some growth that you can visibly see.
Yeah, and remember, strength of schedule is a big deal here. The fact that they're up against DK, who are leading the LCK Cup for the entirety of the tournament, and HLE, who just won the first stand tournament, like that's some tough opposition for the very first week when
Ya
you've
te
got a
pasan
new
estos.
player making his way in
El
to
WhatsApp.
try and give them
A
more
ver.
direction in these games. So I think if you're a KT fan, don't judge too harshly off the back of these games in particular.
2-1 coming up as well.
Yeah,
So-
it's really not a
Buenardo.
1-2-3 from KT
¿Verdad?
as far as like getting Peter into the zone. But
El
he's
Birman.
looking like he's in the zone. Way more
Hombre oso.
from Way, for example, in the LCK Cup.
Juegas,
I
juegas.
do feel like the
¿Te viste
casting
las 100
choice
novias,
here
Néstor? ¿O
is
no?
well
¿Las qué?
done. Casting is gonna feel
Las
great
100
about this
novias.
game. Perfect is
No,
gonna
no,
feel
no.
great about the-
Todavía no.
sitting on the bench for this, and I do wonder,
Está
you
bien,
know,
está
if it'll
bien.
just be perfect again next week, and what it means.
Yeah.
Que te
I like the
digas,
flexibility, but
cancelen
not sure
esa
if it's
madre.
100% the right call as we'll watch the final moments
¿Cómo?
here.
A que digas, cancelen esa madre.
Is fantastic. That was the most coordination I think we saw in these
El deseo más grande del creador.
Showmaker and Beryl, the coordination between them, like the depth charge goes out, and Showmaker is already pounding this Tristana over
Y
and
se
over
nota
again.
bastante,
This flash
creo
from
que era
Lucid
que
makes
alrededor del
Lucas had nowhere to go.
capítulo que el autor dijo, bueno, está bien, vamos a echarle ganas. Y empezó a hacer un poquito más de historia en serio.
¿Qué?
Sí, 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 decía que no se esperaba que jalara tanto.
Dijo, yo solo jugué con mi imaginación. Que le atino.
Sí, sí, sí. Y lo más cagado es que solo vive del merchandising.
El sueño.
De la vez en todo lo demás. Pero el merchandising no mames.
El sueño mexicano.
Especially in game one, this Aatrox is starting to become a problem, not even in just this series, but so far this first week of LCK as well. Certainly looking like a bit of a problem.
¿Ya para qué seguimos jugando? Vamos a ver a T1.
¿Ya van a jugar?
Como en 20 minutos.
Ahí está, si da tiempo a otro.
Aún tengo tiempo, diría él, mi ser increíble.
Sí.
I'm putting in my palm comment.
All right, what is it? Oh no, wait, we're going to find that out. I'm going to keep that one as mysterious as possible.
Joder. Dicen que estuvo del año en el Gran Premio de Japón. Qué bien, lo contraté para verlo.
Fue apenas.
Sí, hace como 2 horas.
Ah, la bestia, recién se acabó.
Sí.
Ay.
They made it look impossible to lose against KT here today.
You just never know what you're going to get with this team, do you? Well, that's why we love them.
Yep, that's just the way that it goes.
Que como que chocolate es la chimba.
Chocolate del bienestar. Mi favorito.
Otro logro de la 4T.
En efecto. Vamos, mexicano. Hay que comparar una caja.
Si quieres. Y a ver qué hacemos después con esa madre.
Como que qué mexicano. Comernos. También el chocolate. Chocolatito.
Getting bullied by KT a lot, so it makes me happy that we're able to win today. And it feels like we
Uf, mexicano, una caja de Kinder Bueno en 200 pesitos.
¿El cuál?
La caja de Kinder Bueno en 200 pesitos.
What? ¿Dónde?
En Amazon.
Wow.
In terms of the laning phase, I feel like Jace is playable when you pick the right runes. And I think this is a good, it gives you a good reason to actually counter Gwen with. So the enemy invested so much in top lanes. What was the team's plan to deal with that? Yeah, I think there's a lot of action.
Qué guapo. ¿Y cuántos Assassin's Creed has pasado?
And I think
así yo nada más el 3, una parte del 1, no es cierto, sí el 3, una parte del 1 y el 4 lo tengo, pero no lo jugué. El que era el Unity, que lo jugó mi hermano, y el Odyssey también.
Ay.
Sí. Luego me está diciendo que compremos el Shadows. No mames, está bien pinches caro.
No, espérate, esa cosa se devalúa rápido.
Sí.
Cuando estén 400 pesos la versión de Ultimate, ahí sí.
Ahí lo vale, sí. Ya con todos los DLCs y cosméticos de mierda que ponen ahí.
Sí. Ya ves el Valhalla. Tiene como 3 DLCs.
¿Ya se devaluó también?
Sí, se anda como en 300 pesos cuando lo agarras en buena oferta.
Entonces habrá que ver cuando salga otra oferta.
Sí.
Just being aware of his playstyle helped a lot. And in game 2, the Aatrox and the Fury synergy was on point. Would you rate it highly from playing it out today? I think right now, this meta calls for
No, ya me fui.
¿Y el Néstor también?
Tardos, maestro.
Modo. Y de dormirme ahora entonces.
No hay de otro.
okay savings in Freon. What is your resolution to keep
¿Invadimos
the
o
winning
qué?
streak going?
Si
Try
quieres.
to win the next
La
match
anterior se
and
ganaba
keep
si no
our
fuera por
winning
ello.
streak going strong.
Ya ves.
Le dejamos encargado al rancho y ese güey
¿Qué
perdió las
Thank you so
escrituras.
much for all your support today.
tiene de bueno la tonta
Yes,
Texas?
we will look forward to Shu making another solo kill in the next match, and that's the end of the interview with Shu. And back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. As yes, right, it was D plus Kia getting the victory here against KT, against some different top laners, and DK will win Worlds. Yes, I can see that. DK's gonna win Worlds. Yes, guys.
No, como que rechazaron.
Ya la cago. Ya vamos.
I mean, we know
Sí,
it's
pues.
real, but DK, man, they already showed up some good performances, and I like this lollipop. So really, it's lime.
Salió antes el ZZZ en Xbox que le honka.
Sí, qué pedo. Durísimo. Es que el ZZZ sí lo quieren.
No se los quitó China.
No, es de China.
Pero no se los quitó el gobierno chino.
Bueno, sí. No, ni el Honkai tampoco. Pero los tenía agarrados los huevos Sony.
La otra vez estaban hablando de gachas y un cabrón dijo que en el Honkai 3D ya nada más funcionan 5 personajes y eso da huevo.
Eso siempre ha pasado. Pero
Y eso te iba a preguntar, ¿qué tan verdad era eso?
depende. Porque si te vas ahora sí que al contenido que casi realmente nadie juega, pero que sí es muy muy difícil, si no sacas el personaje de turno con sus armas, sus estigmas, pues no vas a pasarte ni madres. A menos que seas un chino farmer que
Pobre
que
Néstor.
realmente le meta dinero y tal. Pero eso solo pasa con el contenido ultra mega difícil para tryhards de ese que nunca ibas a tocar, nunca tocarás. Y ya de ahí en fuera todo lo demás te lo puedes pasar con casi cualquier personaje. Sí. Realmente no se sufre tanto a menos que te vayas a ese específico modo de juego.
Sí, pero te decía, pobre Néstor. Imagina que esto fuera un arranque. Y nosotros somos equipo. Timotop, Ecomid, Action y Bot. Contra un Olaf, un Warwick, un Yasuo, una Mid y un Pike.
Durísimo, ¿no?
Demasiado.
Si desinstalas, Néstor.
En efecto.
Y estas mamadas que son, dice ese güey.
Sí.
Vámonos, invisible, a romperle la madre a alguien.
Los escudos
Ay, carajo.
el que muere en
Que
tu
nos está
pecho
tochando en
de
el
los tuyos.
Ríete, Kakashi Noises.
Yes, it's really important to get ahead in the lane, but also the side lane, I think.
Ahí está en el Discord.
Avanzar sin detenerte no es lo mismo que huir de tus errores.
I am the Gold King, that's right. Helios, the reigning Gold King here.
In memory.
Aiming is the reigning Gold King.
People.
And then, Go, grab a bowl of aiming before you go. Never disappoints you. What did you can kind of explain? Okay, so there's a gukbap, which is kind of pork soup in Korea, and we always
Se pone a bailar el action.
reliable food. It's healthy, cheaper, and maybe you can think about sandwiches. Like sandwiches always healthy, and whenever you're like kind of hungry, you can actually grab a sandwich. It's always good, right? So that's the way how he wanna approach that. So I think
Los esperamos en el bush.
Yes,
Uy, ven, Néstor. Uy, ven, Néstor. Pícalo, Néstor. Pícalo la cola. Pícalo la cola. Nada más que buscar ricadencia. Te dije.
some of the highlights here. One of the
Pero me casará Lick.
plus and for KT. Yeah, I think this fight
Espera que se adelante al país, al
really
país.
rough for DK, but I think the way how they jump in together as a team,
Uy, no,
that
pero
was
tocamos todo.
insane. That was actually insane. Like here in the pit, I think it would be really hard, but you can see Noctam was actually pretty hitting here. But this Doggy, man, this Doggy is invisible. He can't really kill Doggy here, and I think after that, you jumping into the pit and killing every target with his big sword in the
Encontré mi
pit.
límite en 1000 ocasiones y aún así sigo avanzando.
And DK, when that fight started, I actually was kind of worried, right? Before the pit against it, something like that. But it's a reset comp, and with Hughes perfectly timed the right roll, it sets up both Showmaker and Lucas successfully. One reset, Showmaker with his charges, and without Hughes,
Chachita para atrás.
they would have lost that fight. It would have been very difficult. And that is the thing that I think is
Antes de pelear, debes levantarte.
quite scary.
Yeah, on the flip side, when you think about that specific play, casting on the TP, a little bit slow, and Atlas called it out. Maybe it was strategic, maybe they thought they were fine, right? He gets here a little late with the Gnar, not able to make an impact, but that wasn't his only play. How do you feel like he
Sin
did today
compasión
with
ni misericordia.
Yeah, I don't feel like it's something that KT really needs. I feel like they just really need to step up on their early game strategy, because I feel like the way how they flank and bait in the server situation in the mid-late game, I think that was really good with the Peter. Yeah, so much better. Like, I can see the engage, I can see the confidence coming out from it, but I feel like they are just trying those good plays after when the game is already lost. Don't fall behind. Yes, exactly. Easy. Great advice there by Chronicle. KT making one move from LCK Cup into the regular season with Peter in the way. Now yet another one. They have the weekend to discuss about how they want to move forward this past season. Take a look at the standings. KT sitting at the bottom, but Team Plus doing what they need to sit and low. Yeah, so you gotta think about it. Legend and Rise Group and KT, man,
El mundo
they really need to
gira
fight for the last spot.
mientras los
Otherwise,
cielos
they'll
yacen
be fighting in
inmóviles.
Rise Group, which means that it's gonna be really rough for them. All right, that was a pretty good appetizer for the Sunday match, the last one of the week. Now we got some T1 Genji that classic over the last several years. They will close it all out today. Genji plays the first match of the day.
Las lanzas comienzan a agitarse ante los campos de trigo.
Don't go anywhere. We've got the big one for you after the short break.
La venganza es fría. No la necesito en la montaña. El poder de estos dioses no es más que nuestro propio eco. El arte de la guerra es escuchar el latido de tu corazón, saber que estás vivo. No se trata de por qué peleo, sino por quién.
Oh no, me. Que mi jungla no hace nada.
No hay enemigos ni aliados, solo guerreros a punto de morir.
Vamos a las larvas.
Vamos pues.
Empuño mi destino como un arma.
Voy a jugar.
Sepulté el arrepentimiento en una tumba junto con mi nombre. La vida siempre fue una guerra.
Sí.
Desea el caos. Las estrellas están fuera de mi alcance. Por eso apunto a cada una con mi lanza.
La cosadera.
El dios murió. El hombre vive.
라기보다는 글쎄요, 그냥 성적이 잘 나오는 건 맞는 것 같은데 그냥 국제전이 아닌 저는 모든 상황에 최선을 다할 뿐이고 또 국제전에 갔었을 때 좋은 결과가 나와서
Un eco por los siglos.
국제전이 아닌 것 같아요.
Y pila pita su ciclo.
이장군 같은 경우 사실 이 경기에 원래 아니었는데 그래도 이 하나로 굉장히
Pelea, es tu obligación.
못 되셨으면 또 저희가 손석 가서
Uy.
Me equivoqué de letra.
Yo no marco el paso, corro en su contra.
Uy, ve. Se mueven todos.
Los Vengadores. Está duro el asunto ahí.
Dejo mis excusas en el mar.
그래도 SSS에 한번 펜타킬 같은 펜타킬을 뺏으려고 뺏은 것도 아니고
¿Te haces una R en esto?
Sí, sí, podría.
이렇게까지 되면 안 되는데
Gank a domicilio.
저희가 굉장히 안 좋게 시작했는데 운 좋게 승리에 이제
Avancemos. La lanza solo apunta hacia una dirección.
Uy, ve. Eres puto.
Se la ganquea más veces.
Sí, sí, sí. Pero
¿No
que
va
quiere
por
que
aquí?
lo das.
하이라이트 같은 경우에 사실 하이라이트보다는 사실 제가 이제 답이 없다고 생각하고 궁을 딱 불렀는데
Solo conozco
Tú decides.
el corazón fuerte.
Ya no puedo.
Militar. XD.
S에 한번 일단 민경님 좋아했던 가수 때문에 그게 더 빠질 것
헬로.
아니고 또 예능도 참 예능이고 엄청 좋아했었던 가수이면서 그냥 그렇게 영광스럽고 좀 많이 떨렸었던 것 같아요. 그래서 그때
¡Griten, guerreros! ¡Más fuerte!
생각보다 너무 엄청 어렵게 이겼었던 건데 여기서 살짝
Si sangran,
Te llevan México.
hermanos y hermanas.
살아서 이게 다 구겨가지고 정말 다행이고 또 연장면으로 또 탄생하게 돼서 정말 다행인 것 같아요. 사실 칼리스타에 있고 뭐 3년도만 조금 있었더라면 오늘까지 잘 잡았을 했는데 그게 지금 생각해보면
Uso un yelmo, porque no soy más que un soldado.
예.
2년에다가 제가 해버려가지고
Uy, la Miss Fortuna está solita.
그래서 이제
우이 vamos.
하긴 했는데 못할 수도 있었던 그 상황까지 나왔어가지고 저게 실수가 한 번 나왔었고 그다음에 칼리스타 같은 경우에 제가 숙련도만 조금 좋았더라면
Al menos moriré siendo un hombre.
쫄지 않고 앞으로 가서
Soy la punta de la lanza, elevada en contra de la rendición.
이겼기 때문에 높은 점을 받았지만 그래도 나름 실수들이 명백하게
아,
아, 귀여워.
No, no, bien.
Uy,
Te salió un
no,
huevo.
en el armario, sí, sí, sí.
아 벌써 렐 보니까 렐 정도 하고 싶은데
ah, arma.
Y no vuelvas a perder.
사실 이 장면이 굉장히 이게 제가 제일 많이 리플레이를 본 장면 중 하나였던 것 같고 사실 모니터에도 저만 이제 900강타였고 하나미 선수가 1200강타였는데 이 300 차이를 뚫고
Hasta que mi lanza pierda su fin.
하이라이트 같은 경우에는 뭐 당연히 이제 애쉬공을 이제 앞으로 뛰어넘고 이제 애쉬와 탈리아를 이렇게 무는 건데 사실 이제 제가 피 관리가 안 되면서까지
Porque
이제
podemos
상대방
caer.
조금
Nuestra meta será el ascenso.
보이셨던 것 같고 애쉬가 공을 쏠때
La tierra es mi sustento.
좀 봤었던 것 같아요. 이 장면을 굉장히 많이 썸머 이제 다이애나로 저의
LOL.
오너라는 닉네임으로 시작한 것 같아요.
Pasado mágico.
Vamos.
¿Qué es?
XD. Uy, la loba.
La loba.
Ya déjame puto panadero.
¿Cómo?
Él ya sabe lo que escribió.
Ah,
De que el Néstor no deje de hacerle no.
Una legión de uno. El viento del cambio.
Que le caiga más veces, ¿sí?
Vivimos nuestras vidas en la sombra que proyecta una montaña.
Uy, ¿llegamos invisibles?
yo creo que sí.
A ver.
Uy. Aquí dice.
No se lo espero.
El choque de
Soy bien ratas los dos.
no escucha.
Oh no, tío.
Aquí dice.
Aún si una espada me atraviesa, seguiré adelante. La gente pide a gritos una fuerza que ya tiene.
Aquí dice. Aquí dice.
Bueno,
Escribe bebetón al 0800.
Avanzar sin detenerte no es lo mismo que huir de tus errores.
Uy, 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 invisible, 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 invisible. Burunga.
Uy, no la agarré. Aquí dice.
Asaltada. Oh no, el Néstor. Uy. Mátalo, 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 mátalo. La R, la R.
Ah, puta madre, la R se la tira a la mis.
La Shell así hace falta.
No llego, terrible.
Light bounced back with their second win as well, but after the Genji win over Hanwha, we were starting to wonder, okay, this will be our second best team.
Pero qué divertido fue con bien asalto. Uy, el pepazo. Casi.
Pinche interacción rara, ¿qué pasa ahí?
Pretty nervous about that prediction after watching Genji's win over Hanwha Light, but also after watching T1 play, I do think this could be an interesting series. If I could switch my prediction, I would, but, you know, we don't have that, so... Oh man!
Oh no, te pierdes 1000 pesos.
Gumayusi versus Ruler has been a very long time. Last time was it actually the match against JDG? Yeah. Oh my, and that brought it to 17 and 17. Oh god, the shiv 23. The shiv is down the spine, ladies and gentlemen. And Gumayusi had a brilliant performance earlier, but this guy is taking all the limelight. Faker's 12th LCK debut anniversary. The GOAT debuted in 2013, ladies and gentlemen. We need to cast our minds quite a ways back on the 6th of
Tenemos el
April
privilegio de
with a certain
respirar,
Italy
de sentir el aire.
Sometimes we
Es
do these
el
12-year,
último
11-year,
suspiro
10-year,
de todos los
2-year anniversary kind of thing, but Baker having such a long career. Well, let's have a look at Keen as well. First to 400 wins on the top side of the map. And this guy has been good his entire career. The rest of his team is only just caught up. Is what it kind of feels like. It was kind of the case on KT as well, but he's had a long career before that of really trying to figure things out.
Nearly 56% win rate. He has really turned it around. Oh yeah, since he's moved into top team. Ruler as well, 600 games. He's been in the LCK for a long time. So back in 2016. 3,237 debuted. Yeah. And of course, did spend some time over in the LPL, but not that long. And wow, what an incredible achievement for all of these players. And let's have a look at the
Está
teams.
bien loco, el lobo te va a saltar. ¿Qué sé? Tremendo.
mundo gira.
Anda recaliente la loba.
Yacen inmóviles.
항상 관계된 팀 중에 하나라고 T1이란 팀을 좀 정말 좀 되게 잘한다고 생각해서 늘 경제가 좀 됐었어요. 룰러라는 이 네임들 때문에 더 압박감은 있다고 생각해요. 작년에 젠지전 때 가장 중요한 경기에서 제가 옆에를 끊어냈기 때문에
Cuando miro la cima de la montaña, en mi mente ya he fracasado. Es entonces que
No más.
Ah, no.
Uy,
Adiós. Mordida de cola.
때문에 꼭 승리해서 기쁨을 같이 관계하고 있습니다.
Nos vamos invisibles, Néstor. Que diga México.
Uy, ¿qué?
Lleva, deja.
Poison, doesn't it, when it comes to like what you want to hype up about this matchup. I think the bottom lane, Gumayusi versus Ruler, is so huge, but Faker wanting to win the anniversary of his debut here, which is, like you say, on the day. Play exactly on that same day.
Uy, buenísimo. Pipo.
El regreso de la muerte.
El dragón, Néstor, el dragón, Néstor.
Could be just the jump start that T1 needs to launch back towards that dominant state.
It absolutely could be a team that got knocked out of LCK Cup early, wasn't able to prove themselves on that higher stage, wasn't able to find an opportunity to defend their title, the world's title on the first stand, but looking confident tonight.
Ah,
Uy. No se entera de nada, no se entera de nada. ¿Qué pedo?
no se enteró.
Sí, qué pedo.
La comentera y nadie se entera.
Marón. O cazamos al Warwick en su jungla.
Perdón, a ver.
Forcemos, pues. Miedo, 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 miedo.
Ah, que no,
Duro looking better. Chovy absolutely informed. You know, after having what was a very heavily criticized LCK Cup. You know, people were saying he's fine, but we hold Chovy to a higher standard than the way he was playing. He looked like his peak form in that Honor Life Esports series. There's no denying the team is definitely the favorite coming into this one tonight. They were able to bring Honor Life in the LCK Cup finals. We're almost our first game representative. They're looking to just pick up where they left off, as they did against Honor in that first series. An extremely tough freaking schedule for Disney as well, facing Honor and T1 in the first teams to play, of course, on day one. So they've had several days to continue to prepare to study T1's matchup as well.
Yeah, exactly. And T1, they started on the third day, and so a little bit of a difference there. I think playing more recently can actually help you as well, though. Really getting you started to the vibe, whereas Genji has certainly had some time for this matchup.
Uy. Dame.
Moving further forward, because if Genji just dispatched of HLE and T1 in the first week, I mean, we have to have them as the top dogs pitted from the get-go here in the LCK.
And it just leads to an incredibly strong standing for them. You know, how many games do they even lose becomes the question at that point. Weren't able to get the plus 36 the last time they were close. Yeah, perhaps maybe they can break a streak if they can win. Arguably, it gets easier from here. Guma and Carrier taking on rookie Duro in the bottom lane as well. A player who looked a lot better towards the end of the LCK Cup, but still someone that I feel like we'll never be able to compare to Guma Carrier's synergy. They played together so long. They've won so many incredible championships together. They've won so many bottom lanes together. They were on average, and probably still are on average, of any duo, the highest duo kills in the LCK. And lane swaps being removed means that you're going to have to go head-to-head from at least the very beginning of the game. And I'm curious to see what these drafts will look like as we head into this one. Genji not having side selection here as well, so you want to have an extra advantage.
Blue side has been pretty good so far this week, although, I mean, there are teams that have bucked the trend. I think that...
Uy, le quiero al timo, le quiero al timo.
...that have, like, 3 wins on the red side and another one on blue, but that is likely because they were just placed on the red side. So let's see as we dive into the draft here for our final series of the week. Mata is there you can see behind T1 actually swapped over from Genji to join a squad that he used to play for back in 2019. I think Kumiushi would like to be playing, but we can see that
No, just squad.
maybe Rumble.
Maybe Jace, I think, could be that final ban.
Oh,
The Rumble.
Uy, qué bonito,
So they can get the for the Jace instead.
Do we leave the Rumble?
Otra vez no, papu.
I wouldn't say that it's necessarily the best champion, but he has been able to facilitate teamfights effectively on it.
I think when you look at the matchup of the players, put the nameplates in front and center, I think he's one of the only teams who can let the leads Gwen open and maybe get an advantage over it.
Oh, there it is.
And so, playing the Rumble into the Gwen, could be what they're looking for here.
Dragon?
Does lock that in first. And it feels like a huge error to let Keen have it, you know, so they're just going to have to take it. The Keen will be happy to play the Rumble into this.
Yep, I wrote it down immediately. I think it was the expected lock-in. The other expected lock-in should be the Rumble in response. The LPL has showed us that does seem to be the most popular answer to the champion.
She played Jason in that band, of course. And so the question is, what do they get with the Rumble, really more than anything else? It looks like he's here. It's going to be the angle for Jovi. And they'll actually grab Skarner over the Rumble here. Knowing that with the top laner already locked in, they don't have to grab it right now. We'll get some bio picks instead.
We did used to see support Rumble. I just don't know whether Carrier's ready to cook quite that hard just yet. The Skarner's definitely a very big one though for GMG. It does give them a very powerful team fighting core in both the Pigeon and the Scorpion. Let's see where T1 decide to go here with this bottom lane. They can lock in the jungle.
¿Qué dice?
He's been the best. Yeah, easily had the best performances on this pick out of anyone in 2025. Faker could grab Talia here if he wants to play that.
Por ti, Jason Wolf.
No, Timo, ¿dónde se fue el Timo?
Se fue a esperarlos en la jungla.
Zia and the Skarner presented does make a lot of sense to try and go a little bit more early power, as there is that rumble that we were talking about, obviously needing to be locked in.
Yeah. In the past, you'd think about Ori with some of her best pairing junglers.
Bueno, pero sí funciona el asalto.
Xinjiao is definitely
Ese Warwick no la vio venir.
With the Ori build, she's just so tanky, so difficult to deal with. I think a top tier pick that isn't as reliant on having one of those S tier jungle pairs. And I think the owner's fantastic performances on the Xinjiao. This does feel like a strong mid jungle synergy. Ash will be taken away here by Gen G. And the Ezreal is another one of those picks that's still out there, works incredibly well into what T1 has. So I feel like T1 should consider the ban of that.
I think it needs to be a gym ban, and then you can put away the Ezreal if it's left up, and otherwise you can head towards something else. They could even take like a Xayah if they want to, one of Gumyushi's better champions there. Taking him away from
¿Qué quieres llevar, Néstor? ¿Algo divertido o algo para practicar?
No lo sé.
Vaya, así bien tryhard, dice.
And you buy so much space, they'll ban Poppy instead.
Poppy is pretty strong. That has had some pretty good performances on it, but I agree with you. I think that the Ezreal is a powerful option.
Do you wonder what they're worried about with the Ezreal, with, you know, Varus gone, Kalista gone, the Ashe is gone, and they banned the Elise? It just feels like there's not too many top lane matchups you're going to have left. But they'll opt for Misfortune instead, which is good into the Ezreal as well. He wanted to pick that himself.
I do feel like it's a difficult MF game though.
Yeah.
Doran and Ona can both just put down circles and say no
if
the damage does start to come in. Of course, with good timing and good positioning, you can work around that, but already there are a lot of difficult angles
Que sería bueno.
for the MF.
La bonita muestra la concha. Sí.
Guma has, you know, avoided playing Kaisa for reasons we all know. They will go for the Jhin you were talking about instead. This makes way more sense to me. I like this pick a lot more.
Yeah, and they've got so much power elsewhere, right? Like, I think that they can do this. Yeah, you're going to get shoved in a little bit, pushed around perhaps, but I imagine Carrier just going to get unlocked from the lane as early as possible. Gumyushi then sits down there and tries to absorb pressure, and they can start running the map, which is exactly what the really want to do early.
I mean, you also know Rel is the expected pick here with the Misfortune to come through, and the Alistar's great into that. This actually does, I think, cause Gen G to pivot a little bit away from the Alistar, rather from the Rel, and go for this Rakan. Great follow-up on the Skarner Impale, and can help set up equalizers. Some of this game, to me, for T1, if they're going to win it, is just going to have to be won through the solo lanes. Faker is going to have to perform well into Chovy here. He and Ona are going to have great synergy, as they have over the years. And Doran into Keen here, he cannot mess this matchup.
Coman cagada. Como que el Shokyo Ramone va a tener otra ova.
Ah, sí, sí, es. Y eso es raro, no, pero está cagado.
Sí, sí.
Sometimes when you dive onto the Misfortune, she keeps that channel going. By the time she dies, the damage has been done. And you can kind of fight off of it, especially if you have that Battle Rumble who's just going to come in there, be that Battle Mage, and help clean up the kills with Nazir as well. I do really like what Gen G have put together here.
I like it as well, but I think that T1 got kind of exactly what they wanted, right? I think this is like the perfect way to start this series, is by seeing T1 on full comfort and Gen G as well, with what looks to be exactly what they were angling for. So much team fighting power. The one worry that I have for Gen G is we saw basically the same comp completely flubbed by KT a couple of days ago. And I want to see it and its full glory, what it's actually capable of. Because otherwise, T1 are just going to run them over like a freight train. This composition can snowball so extraordinarily hard. Gen G going to have to play some real good League of Legends.
Do you agree?
Let's get into it. Game 1, T1 versus Gen G. Oh man, fans out in force on both sides of Lord Park here today. There are a lot of bums on seats, let's just say that. I don't know whether there's too many that are missing at this point in time.
I can't believe you would say that about fans of both of these teams.
I think everyone has bums, Wolf. That's just how it goes. As Canyon is going to get discovered here by Doran, running with scissors, very dangerous. And you can see, actually wounded Canyon there. So if this was the hallway of a primary school, someone was
pasa con la
getting in
cola
trouble.
de
Thankfully, it's League of
challenge?
Legends, so no, it's fine.
When you think about all of the champions of T1 and how the comp works together, one of the reasons we were, kind of shouting out for Ezreal is it's so difficult to get on top of him compared to Misfortune, which is very immobile, very easy to get on top of. But what Misfortune offers at level 1 that Ezreal does not is a lot more lane power. And when you have this lane, you have the Azir lane, and you have the Rumble lane, Gen Z are not going to be falling behind early. And I think one thing we've noticed about our top teams of the LCK is if they get a lead, they never let it go. And so lane prio is something I think we're seeing a lot more teams that are at the upper echelon of the LCK draft for, more than necessarily how 80 carries.
Paso de Chocotavo a Don Gustavo.
And yeah, and this has actually been T1's bread and butter throughout, their dominance. It's been win lane, win game. A lot of their drafting in previous seasons has been all about let's make sure that we have the best lane matchups as possible. And that's not necessarily what they have here, outside of a fair bit of power on the top side of the map. We're having a look into that now as Doran does get the shove forward. Chovy and Faker here. Faker able to get a fair bit of damage down onto the Emperor of Shurima.
Electrocute so powerful. And with the new Ahri build, she is going to be forced to be reckoned with when we get to the mid to late game as well. Chovy opting for lethal tempo. So looking for a lot more damage.
Muy curioso ese.
Sustained damage when we come to
Ese Archie. Porque dice NTR pero no es NTR.
And no real punish on the level 1 Alistar.
What?
Carrier got level 2 first, played this lane really well.
And continue to do so. Deadly Flourish, and there's the grand entrance, unable to actually interrupt.
Huevo. Peso pluma en Fatal Fury.
Ganamos.
If you're still being
Wow.
able to come out on top in these early trades, you're going to be feeling good about it.
Absolutely. It's that lane prowess, you and I both are talking about. It's going for more.
Well, another Pulverize comes in. Another Deadly Flourish is obviously going to land as Gumayushi going to set his attention towards the Misfortune. And as we can see here, T1 with full control now of this bottom side. And Carrier already feeling like he's unlocked. Double up going to be able to pick up that cannon, which was very satisfying. And I needed to mention it.
Yeah. Guma was reloading and missed 2, but still had a CS lead at the moment when that happened.
The flash charm gets the flash immediately out of Chovy. And I don't even think, so he walked over a ward. So Carrier did walk over a ward, making his way in. So Chovy was ready for that one. Canyon gonna have to drive over this wall to get out of the way of Owner. Thankfully for Canyon, his whole top side is empty.
Carrier hanging around.
Keen. Have to be a bit careful here. As the knockup does come down, he has Ghost, remember, doesn't actually have the flash. As the flash forward, and Owner is able to pick up first blood. Keen just caught napping a bit in this early game.
2 aggressive plays early on here for T1. Carrier spotted on the ward, traded flashes in the mid lane. Chovy reacts quickly. He knows the is there, but Keen won't be so lucky as he's way too far up in the lane. As you
Llegaron las
flash,
pipsas.
and is actually opting to back here, gets seen by a ward. Owner comes over here to check. This is a very likely place where this Rumble is, and comes through and gets the punish here. Very easy follow-up.
Yeah, and I believe took the Ghost because he was expecting Ghost to be taken by Gwen. We've seen a lot of Ghosts on Gwen in the past. Of course, the Exhaust, another thing that has been pretty popular. As Ruler up here towards the top side now as they have elected to go for that trade.
Yeah, Flash Gwen quite rare, in fact.
Ríe la chambeadora Takahashi.
Just have a lot of mobility inherently on the champion.
Mi
So
viejo.
has been important.
And we're swapping to the top lane, but no huge advantages either way. Keen, of course, with that death, did have to TP, so Doran has TP advantage in their matchup in the bottom lane now.
Yeah, might actually help them as far as getting towards some grubs or something like that. But otherwise, not too much more to be gained here as Chovy trying to offer some damage back. And the top side 2v2 that we now have, protecting some grubs that are going to be up in 30 seconds time, is going okay here, as you can see, for Ruler. Is very, very close to that.
Se muere y ríe Takahashi y desaparece la industria del anime.
Feeling a little bit better now.
No.
Perfecto. Ya nomás resueno.
Ni tampoco Mushoku.
Ah.
So he's just looking to get that
Genshin.
first spike, which gives you so much safety.
Ni Genshin, ni
It's
Honkai,
Misfortune's main core item just because
ni
she
creo que
needs
Blue
the
Archie,
durability in order to actually get
¿qué
the most
más?
value out of her kit.
And also,
Ni
to
Konosuba.
a mid-wave, if you do take some damage, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, exactly. You have a bloodthirster, so you're fine.
Super
Un
useful.
chingo de cosas.
One of the best for any AD carry in terms of what it means in that first type of spike.
Well, there's going to be a back coming in for Duro. I think trying to anticipate when Carrier is going to be leaving as the grub's just going to be taken by Owner.
Cannons on Team Wood did on this one. Just going to be looking for Dragon over Grubs in this early game.
Faker not risking anything, just going to come over and grab the honey fruit.
Grub's feeling incredibly powerful for both teams with the Gwen and the Azir here.
¿Prefieres
In terms of what they could do with some additional damage in the
una
side.
mujer gorda, un
T1
fémur?
definitely going to be happy to take them. I think it is going to be a very high value
Puta
for
madre.
taken. If they can turn that to 4, gets even better. We'll see what soul we get. Because that's going to
Traba
be
lindo o
really
mina
what
fea.
this dragon
Qué
means
listo.
for us later on for Gen G.
Yeah. Okay, that is a lot of damage onto Duro, who is just caught with his pants down a little bit in his own jungle. And T1 grabbed their second kill of the game.
Great plays around vision here. 2 of them now for Owner. Just knowing that there's a likely pathing that he's going to have to take to get back to the lane. And they just instantly punish him so quickly. He can't react.
Un asqueroso Yasuo.
It feels good, doesn't it, that we just
Sí.
watched, like the Owner Ultimate List episode in break. I feel like it's sort of perfect timing as he is now running the Rift once again on his Zinzao.
And really, it's Owner coming here to follow up, but actually was the one who really set this play up, wrapped all the way around, captive audience, keeps him there just a little bit longer. Had he potentially flashed instantly towards his AD carry, maybe he lives there, but doesn't know that it's going to be a 3-man party on top of him. Flash, but dies.
Sacou Faker.
Connecting as the curtains have been called. Emperor's Divide gets rid of Carrier, but Faker turns up immediately. Orbit Deception comes down, and Chovy is still surviving. He gets the heal, in fact.
¿Qué sacó?
Tira una Q.
Nice work, Duro.
¿Quién sabe dónde?
Yeah,
Tiró.
really well
No.
played there on the defense, but also a great opportunity
Él sabe
once
qué
again
hace,
here
tú no.
by T1
Sí,
in this
che.
proactive early game.
Sí, de huevo.
Chovy does not have teleport.
Tan solo mira un
Mom
Lucian
here
con
will
barrera.
catch this wave, no problem, luckily for him.
Sí.
Man,
Sí,
this has
güey,
been a
pero-
great early game for T1. Just the same. I mean, it could have been worse for Gen G, obviously, if that protection didn't come through, but Guma just sailing through this early game.
I wonder whether he's going to do the same build as before. With
Yeah.
Ghostblade into the rapid fire cannon. It's so much utility early, and then he transitions into Infinity Edge plus Lord Doms or some sort of armor pen after that. It's kind of cool.
You have other ways to break through that situation. So, you know, you're going to have your Leandries on the Ahri eventually, and the Gwen obviously can cut through pretty quickly in a team fight.
And you can just try not to hit him.
Yeah, I mean that's the real game plan. Obviously, in most scenarios with this type of composition, you want to be hitting the prio targets, the Azir, and the Misfortune, locking those down and blowing them up, and then killing the Skarner later. But if you have to, you know, the Jhin isn't going to be your best way of killing it with this build. But again, it's not the primary.
¿Soy yo o el Yasuo y el Yone son me?
Chovy now here is farming up quite nicely.
Tal
So we can
vez.
see
Sí, 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 palabra.
go. Really wait still the
Cacha,
last
el
set.
Yasuo se llama Viento Rebelde y el Yone se llama Lluvia Púrpura.
Pretty capable of tanking up a make it rain, so he's going to be totally okay.
Dodging the knockup there as well, casually.
Yeah.
No flash, no boots.
Yeah, it doesn't necessary. It looks like he's steel caps this time around as Doran going aggressive onto Kane, but Kane does have a friend here. And Doran could now be in trouble. He's looking for some snips onto this Rumble as the Flame Spitter comes down. But now Ona turns up, and that's going to be a very comfy kill from him to answer. Faker getting in here, though, as the teleport from Chovy delivers him, and the Emperor's Divide comes down. That is going to be the Shifting Sands. The flashes the Foxfire enough, and it might just be... No! Rammed into the wall, and Canyon shuts it down.
Oh, so close to making it work. I was really surprised to see Chovy on the late TP there. Extremely risky move, but he's just tanky enough. Faker does not quite have the damage to take him out. Oh man, on his 12th year to the day anniversary, I thought we were about to just have one of those hashtag things Faker does moments. Was not quite enough, was not meant to be. Those first hit a little bit harder. than they did back in 2013. But watching this play eventuate, I think Doran goes in here knowing that his teammates have that team from Faker. He knows Owner is rotating over. He does end up dying here, but with 2 players coming over, he feels pretty confident they're going to be able to turn this into a W. But Skarner is tanky. Chovy is the target they then turn on to. But he has Emperor's Divide, pushes Owner away, barely flashes to survive enough. And Canyon's trying to block here for Faker. Doesn't have enough damage to get caught by the E. That's a sick guard play from Canyon here. And it's Duro who gave him the bodyguard earlier, and now it's Canyon. Now, I watched the other guard children for a long time on Humble Life back in the day, but this is something else.
It certainly is. That was so beautifully played there by Canyon. I think now some more attention being paid towards his bottom side as well as the forward has turned up, but it looks like he will be at least able to clear out this wave comfortably. And Ono looking for 6 grubs. He should actually be able to get them here. The Dragon going to be spawning in about 17 seconds time. Duro with some vision controls towards the bottom side. That's 6 grubs to nothing. That is going to mean a lot of extra pushing power. Genji really going to have to pay attention to where these lanes are going to be sitting to make sure that they don't just lose a turret in the blink of an eye.
Cody narrowly escapes twice, but doesn't die. Finds himself, you know, the only one with a real gold lead here for Genji. Gets Leandri's first. It is going to be a real force to be reckoned with this lethal tempo build, or rune choice, I should say. And needs to do a ton of damage to this Dragon on the take here for Genji. Mountain second, looking for a 2 Drake lead, have positional advantage.
You see Ruler walking over that switched off ward. Is Chovy going to get flashed on him by Carrier? The quickness comes down though from Duro, and the 2-man on the Impale is so good. Already Owner has gone down, but Faker diving into the backline, looking for the angle. Ruler gets over the wall. Can he actually survive is the question. As
Guardeo.
chased after him, and now it's the cleanup. But T1 Doran is going nuts. Slammed into the wall, and the Flame Spitter finishes him off, and now the man advantage should be there for T1. The Flame Spitter though, Keen, can you get it done? Faker and Gumushi have the damage, and they'll be able to take him down. T1 win the skirmish.
T1 with a huge win here in this fight. The Dragon goes Genji's Slave. They're able to further a massive gold lead now. It's not as huge as it could be. It's not as huge as some of the gold leads we've seen, but this matchup, I'd say 2K is a lot. Chovy is the first one to get somebody again. He lived for so long. Part due to his ultimate, part due to Canyon's ultimate as well. Then allows him to secure the Dragon, but there is just so much damage done in this fight by Doran. His needleworks are huge. Look at that Q damage stacked up on the Chovy, and Faker is just following up. Keen overheats, so can't really offer much damage back at this moment, which is where the fight is really won. He tries his best to turn things around at the end of it, but Guma gets that final shot to Faker. That's enough damage enough to hit him as that reload comes through.
No, eso.
Fue torreta.
Sí.
Te salvaste. Pero troleada no.
It might just be the Ghost Blade. Maybe the Ghost Blade is the thing. That's the difference, all right, that I've seen this week. And
in terms of items, sure.
Yeah, there we go. So that must be it. As T1, they retain themselves a gold lead. It is not insurmountable, as we do like to say, just yet.
Qué huevote se va a hacer huir a D.
And they're going to have to rely on some scaling and some dragons.
El perrito, el perrito. El gato que diga. No se esperó ese daño.
Dangerously close to that brush. So it looks like both top laners are going to be safe for now. Gumushi is rotating up, does have that curtain call available. So we'll see whether they do decide to go for something anyway. In the meantime, we do have Ruler also rotating towards that top side. Some mid laners clashing as Ghost is going to get popped here by Keen. Needlework being avoided by the Rumble pretty effectively. Utilizing the shield as well.
Curtain call dropped as well. They really wanted to make something of that. Utilizing some big tools there.
1,000 gold. The advantage. We don't have any put together yet. No beats the strings done. We are one objective away from both teams, as well as just the first break. So that's going to go to a big question mark. Right now, this is playing defense. This is where Ruler is going to
Mm.
¿Y ese escudo de 3 pesos?
Es lo malo maxeado.
Even though I think Genji on paper have the better scaling, there are aspects of T1's comp that work really well in the late game too, and even game state, especially the fact that Ari has so much longevity with this new build too.
Yeah, and I'm also seeing a cow here. Carrier can always change the state of a game with a huge headbutt pulverized play, possibly looking for an angle here as he does get some information.
Great sweep there.
Eventually does put the ward down. I was thinking about going forward headbutt pole to see whether he can just catch two people off guard. Is possibly
Chao, concha tu madre. ¿No mataste el Yasuo, Néstor, México?
No lo mataste tú o Néstor. No sé quién de los dos. Pero algo lo mató y yo me metí.
No, certainly not. TP from Doran back to the top lane as they're looking to group for this arrow fight. Baker has teleport as well, looking to interrupt Chovy, but actually unsuccessful there.
Yeah.
No puedo salvarme a balazos con esta
Ruinous Otacon today, sticking around and picking up all of those flowers.
Definitely. Also great to have Dragon. That is. We haven't had that fight over the Herald just yet, but
Uy.
slow it down enough where
Uy, mexicano. No.
Dale, dale.
XD. Elisy. XD. Qué
¿Qué se llama
grande.
la
Néstor.
Ay, qué grande. Ah,
Very important as Ingo's owner. Shouldn't be too much danger because he does have all of that added mobility. Canyon has started up this dragon. Owner is in the area and Chovy has rotated down. Control ward in place. Teleports at the ready as well. Keen doesn't have his already down here towards the bottom side. The rest of Genji needs to wait for these solo lanes to collapse in.
Chovy can clear this mid wave.
Thinking of the turn. See, Baker wrapping around. Emperor's Divide going to push the cow underneath the turret. But Chovy's in so much trouble. Curtains are being called. 1-2 and he's gone. Pick the juke there. Did Gumayushi and down goes the pigeon. And now T1 5 versus 4 feeling fantastic going into this Drake fight.
Oh man, Chovy feels like in this game he had 9 lives. He kept getting out of every scenario, but not this one, not this time.
Oh, I don't know about fighting for this, but Owner is out of position. He'll be taken down first, but now is the fight going to be won? Ruler with the flash over the wall, the bullet time. Doran is going to try to interrupt it and just cuts him down where he stands. Keen trying to get in there, and the harpoons are doing some work. And Canyon, so durable, gets another crash into the wall, but Duro is not offering any damage back. It is only Keen that's able to do any work, and he is just pushed away. Low health bars on T1, but they juggled the aggro beautifully.
That was such a greedy call to continue to stay there. Catching Owner though, maybe the headed off with all.
Minion.
Don't you know it's his 12-year anniversary?
Leave the room, Minion. Minion, how dare you?
Oh boy, but it all goes back to this Chovy pick. Look at Faker's flank. They're so ready for this. And even though he has the perfect, picture-perfect, immediate reaction to go for the Emperor's Divide to push Carrier in, there's just so much follow-up here with the Jin ultimate. And if this is all over, going to start out an ideal scenario. Barely puts it on, but he still dies here. And then the following fight is just...
Van dos veces que hace lo mismo.
Sure, you ended up taking the jungler away, but then you went to fight into Puma's fantastic positioning and also a Gwen offering so much damage. Gwen Jin's energy seems really high in this game.
Well, Chovy's dead again. He's going to break his arm guard as Emperor's Divide does at least try to get them in position as his Sundisc does a bit of work, but Doran's going to be able to lock down the kill. There was just no way he was getting out of that one. We are still in a position where we don't have any of the feats of strength locked down just yet. Although
¿Viste eso? Le regresó la Q.
is going to be Gen G that upgrade their shoes first. Very random selection of shoes as well. Everyone with different ones.
Yeah, quite a nice variety.
In fact, it's going to be
Yep. T1 just going to go for this Otacon. It's a very T1 move. They'll drop their big turret for this.
Uy, te ve, mexicano.
It
take down Kane at the same time could be dangerous if he gets out of the turret and he's still dead. There was no way out of that one. Carrier is just, he's able to pick a target and kill a target every time. He was very happy with what they did. Remember, Baker already having a lot of Aegis level advantage, but to have that extra experience as well. And any Hextech Dragon they pick up is going to be more valuable. This is a huge commitment. All 5 T1 players are looking for Chovy here. But meanwhile, Keen's on blue buff. You know, nobody's pushing top side, nobody's cross-mapping here. Chovy is just on his own, and I think he should not have been anywhere near that far off the lane with no support and with no cross-map potential. So that was quite bizarre. Then Keen gets taken out here as they secure the Otacon. So yes, 2 turrets for 1. That one falls in the bottom. Over double. Yeah. I was actually expecting that to be worse for the Gen G, so I guess there's that one. They also are still like 1.3k gold. Like, it is nothing. And there are 2 dragons here for Gen G. So with that to sort of lean back on possibilities. He is going to find Ruler once again. The rest of T1 looking to back him up. Duro playing some defense with the quickness as Ona just finds Canyon but gets impaled, pulled back in as the equalizer says, no, you shall not pass. The Emperor's Divide onto Duro, but he kind of likes that the gap got closed. Duro trying to get himself out of there full time, will take down the Gwen, and Chovy goes golden just to buy some time. He does fall, but Carrier now flashing the wrong direction and will go down for a triple kill for Ruler. The sidestep from Keen as well. Absolutely fantastic on that job. Keen's still looking to go further forward. It's a 1-trade, but the curtains are now being called, and Keen could be in trouble. Another target and he's connected. There it is. They down to even this one up. Yeah. Could have been Faker, could have been that last shot there from Guma, but he was dying no matter what. Faker will secure that kill. 10 stacks to Darkfield. Ari, taking a little bit of a closer look at here. Now we see Kayla's champ is broken. But Baker's playing it so incredibly well. This is an overextension here initially by T1. It looks like with Canyon getting this fantastic kill, equalizer here, not super impactful for Keen. He's not able to really threaten anybody with this. Does do a lot of work with his flame spitter, and then the ruler ult comes through. And at this point, it's looking really, really good for the turn here for Gen G, but it gets a little bit split up here as Keen chases very far forward. And then once this turn comes through, yeah, I think that as soon as they couldn't get to Gumayushi, it's like sets up the curtains. There's just nothing you can really do. Like, the defensive wall that the curtain call provides is just huge. I was trying to figure out the best way to say it, but it's really just kind of a slight misjudge on the potential kill threat there onto an extremely long-range carry who can slow and then set up Faker in that situation. It's a relatively even trade of kills, but T1 grab a turret after this. Goran is massive in this game, and he is already doing so much work in team fights, and he's just going to be a bigger and bigger problem. And I feel like T1 do have enough of an advantage that even though the scaling is coming through Chovy here, they can continue to win team fights straight up as we've seen. Yeah, and Chovy hasn't had the greatest of games. I think he had a brilliant series against HLE. But this has been some of those issues that we saw in the picked up, right? Like being along the side lanes and getting caught out of position and not having a setup. He's also just been so targeted too, you know? When you're playing greedy and T1 is after you, they're gonna get you. Yeah. You know, you live twice pretty incredibly, but since then it's been, he's 1-4. And he bought his Zonias, used it in that last fight, wasn't able to turn the fight with it, wasn't in a great spot, was kind of cut off from the rest of his teammates. And it also means he doesn't have Nashor's Tooth. It's gonna go out. Yeah, it's coming in pretty soon. As soon as he would like to have 30 seconds until the Dragon, that is going to be the next big point of contention. The gold lead is still a flat line, guys. It is nothing whatsoever. No one's really broken this game open. The Baron has just spawned. Baker is on 16. He has any hex stack he picks up. He also has, of course, the Lucidity boots, so his cooldown's going to be low. He is very happy to battle and brawl in what have been very scrappy team fights, and he's had a phenomenal performance in them. And when you pair that with Guma, who has such a robust front line, so for him to actually, you know, basically do whatever he wants with a Gwyn running through Gen G, you want to set up a fantastic position here, but the lead is not so big
that one miss in the team fight, one overextension, one fail, doesn't put Gen G right back in the driver's seat. So still a tense game here, but T1 will get this dragon for free, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like Gen G just a little bit late on this rotation. They are able to get on over, but I think walked on a trap, spotted out the ward, and realized that there was no way that they could actually get through. So the Drake going to even things out here between T1 and Gen G. And T1, this is like already brilliant equalization as far as these Drakes are concerned. If they get the next one, that is like Quadra, Hextech Drake, Hextech Soul, which I don't think we need to explain. Certainly powerful.
Uy, ahí voy. Néstor.
Everything about it is just nice.
Yeah, it is really a problem. Gwen now has completed, this build is super difficult to kill the Aura with anyways. He still has his arm guard.
¿Viste ese escudote, México? No manches, cabeza. Sobreviviste nada más. Te moriste nada más porque se acabó. No porque te quitaran, no porque te quitaran, se acabó. No, Néstor, por favor,
El escudo. Ah.
When they already have such a fantastic position.
On the other side of things, though, if Gen G ever get a moment, the Baron explodes.
Oh, absolutely. With this build for the Azir with the Rumble and this Misfortune as IE. And his 1400 gold ahead of a perfect KDA 3010 Jin here. Things are quite scary. Indeed. And I also think their siege is pretty incredible as well. Should they get that Baron.
Yeah, Gen G now getting some vision control around the area. T1 were on a reset, so they will now go back and complete their homework as well. Now, I just want this gold lead to be, like, change. Like, at least, like, a little bit. It hasn't changed a little bit.
I think T1 fans should be the most concerned about the fact that it hasn't ballooned for them with the advantage they picked up. Still were able to get 2 dragons in a row, but haven't been able to turn this into a massive objective or any of these inner turrets worth of gold. So, like I said, all it takes is one win for Gen G. They're in the driver's seat, and they've got the feeling to back it up.
They still do need to play out the fight correctly, though. There can certainly be some miracles here for T1. Doran can run amok in these fights. The Gwen scales so beautifully. Usually, if he manages to get that captive audience, pick off these single targets, he's been doing it so well throughout this game. It may not even be a team fight, but someone might just die before anything really starts. And I think that that's what T1's going to be looking for.
Limpio stop, México.
Focus? Absolutely. For the next 2 minutes. And that's why you see this constant battle. Feels turn-based over the vision. Carrier gonna come up here, try to get some vision. Go back away. Team back. As Hex Game very, very quickly. Not in the middle, go up here just to contest. Carrier really not taking too much damage. So he's Alistair, he's got his level 11 ultimate. He's happy to be the guy who walks out in front, gives the information. Faker's on a flank here. And a lost team fight for either of these teams might be the game. You can really feel the tension around this Baron. Faker with an ankle potentially. Oh, Carrier's on a ward. He is a difficult target. They do want to take him down instead. You're going to have to get out of there. And Carrier realizing that there might be some health, abilities on cooldown.
We could see, I mean, just Faker and Carrier walking at 4 people is enough to get them to back away. Oh.
The cows so scary, gets the flash pulverized onto Chovy, who will be eradicated before the fight even starts. It's an impale, but it's only onto 1. The curtains were called. Canyon get headbutted back and snipped down. Bullet time does next to nothing, and Gen G with 2 on the floor, they'll lose the Baron.
They'll lose the Baron, and there's no way for them to try to turn this into a Drake take or anything like that either. This would be T1 getting Baron, and their 3rd Hextech Dragon of the game off the Baron itself. The follow-up engage range for T1's composition is just so high, but they have this win. Genji were playing so respectfully. As soon as they see Carrier being here, they back away, live back far enough away. Carrier finds the angle, on the Chovy. Owner is there for the follow-up, hits level 16 as well.
so massive. There's the Baron. Yeah, Carrier gonna get slowed down by the red carpet as Dura's making his way over as well. I really like this. Was cheeky from T1, where they were all trying to get into position for this dragon so that they could get there before Canyon is able to do so. Genji understanding that, they get that wave pushed out. Team already teleported towards that bottom side. As Owner is here, and starting this
Dragón,
is real rough. There are Hex games.
no hay nadie acá.
Battle Dance gets Dura to relative safety.
Viene Ali nada más.
Getting in there. Don't know about that one. It's a little bit scary. This fight for the dragon feels like the real battle. As Faker with the charm, it's going to go wide because he was on vision. Canyon looks for the opportunity, not going to be able to get it. It's going to be a smite fight. We'll see who is going to get towards Soul Point off the back of this one. Faker TPing back to his team here to get the better spot. Yeah, Canyon goes in. He's unable to get the dragon. Owner going to get quickness up. Now gets out of there immediately. It's Chovy.
Okay.
It was him that got picked off, but this time he's able to make the big play. Doran cut down where he stands, and Chovy is dead again.
Ya no tiene R.
This time he takes two with him. Keen looking for the half moon. He doesn't get there. I guess they still got some fight left in him.
A lot of this Baron timer as well worn away in this extended dragon fight. We're going all the way back to the look at this
Was-
board here. As to where Chovy is, flashes in for an Owner and Faker instantly on the fall. There's no damage here. The moon is just too far away to offer a real relevant bullet time to
What?
heal. Man, this moment here, it's super close on the smite setup. Faker goes and rejoins his teammates, but it's Chovy who finds the angle here. Level 16, sees the angle, goes in, grabs Owner, and is able to get more than he bargained for. Grabs Faker on the edge of it as well, takes a ton of damage. And all Guma can really do here is heal and help take him out.
Charm was absolutely beautiful there from Faker just to make sure that Chovy did eventually die. I think if there were 4 left alive, maybe they lose more.
Yeah.
But still a huge win for T1. Yeah, like Gen G, they win the team fight. But that's 3 Hextech Dragons.
Yeah, Faker, he is doing a lot of, he has no cooldowns basically. He has 20 stacks of Magi's, a death cap, and he still hasn't broken his arm guard.
Happy 12 You're doing pretty well. As, okay, never mind. Crash into the wall onto Owner, and I don't think that Crescent Guard is going to be saving him. Chovy in a little bit of trouble here as Faker looks for the charm angle. He'll be able to get 2 off the back end. And Ruler is going to be his next target. He's dashing forever with all of these resets, and Gumushi flashing forward. T1 are going to take this game off the back of the GOAT. Happy 12th, my friend. I was a little early on it before, but my God, this Ari performance is absurd.
The greatest of all time on his 12th anniversary. Faker is timeless, Atlas, and doesn't matter what year it is, he's still got the hands, he's still got the follow-up, and he and T1 are going to take this first game.
El escudo mexicano.
Down underneath these Nexus turrets, but this is game 1 of a regular season best of 3. So it feels like the stakes are way higher than they are because it's Gen G versus T1. They often are quite that high. As there goes the Nexus and T1. They're going to take first blood in the series. What a performance from mainly Faker, but I also want to say that Owner's Xin is always phenomenal, and Gumushi, he's the only one in my mind that's allowed to play Jin in any game ever.
I feel like it was a real strong, solid team effort from T1. Even Doran had a huge role to play in those team fights in the mid game. And also, even though Chovy had some ups and downs, his ups were pretty huge. You know, he was able to escape from some wild scenarios, had some really good engages. He was playing his heart out, but it just wasn't enough. And I think Gen G were so far behind on tempo, they often weren't able to actually drive the way their composition is designed. Part of that is, of course, because T1 just had such great vision setup and they were so incredibly focused on the long-range calls for top pads and blow up. Chovy was absolutely
Vamos abajo.
in this game, and he was shut down, particularly enough in most of those main fights where T1 tied it up. What a great start to this series.
Yeah, just an incredible game. I don't think that Gen G are going to be
Acércate, acércate,
too
acércate.
hard after that one. T1 played a phenomenal
Oh,
game, but
ya
then
no
it was
puedo
still
pasar.
close. Gen G, I think, was still able to make cross maps where they needed to. And I just want to get into game number 2 and see whether we can have another game that's possibly even at 30, if that might be greedy. Time for us to do a short break. We're going to get back to space. We're going to break that one down and we'll have game 2.
Hello.
Durísimo.
Te salvé, ¿viste?
¿Sí, che?
Te morías ahí. Ingrato.
che?
No puedo salvarme a balazos, pero nada pierdo por intentarlo.
Yo voy a caer en...
Uy. Así. Uy. Dale, Nes. Dale, Nes. Dale. Uy. No, Néstor. No. Terrible.
Nos tapimos a la bot y el top viene a cagarla. Severo idiota. Le toca.
Uy, ermita, a ver qué tal.
¿Eh?
Uy, ahí ermita.
¿De cómo? ¿Vas a mentir, Néstor?
En efecto.
Se calentó. El niño bonito.
Un niño bonito va a ser. Sí, sí, sí. Ah, mi error.
Oh no.
Demasiado mirror. Nada más cambia el hechizo de posición.
How about that for a game number one? T1 and Genji come out swinging like it's the finals, but it's actually the first meeting between these two squads in the regular season. Digon here alongside Chronicler and Wadid. Last time we saw these two teams, it was LCK Cup. There was lane swaps, there was 1v2s. Not here. Doran on Gwen getting to show off that he can play carries into a rumble. Like, these guys were fighting from the jump.
That game was intense.
Yeah.
That was not a game that felt like a simple best of 3,
No.
first of 2,
Not
in
at
a
all.
round robin. That felt personal. And my God, it's so cool when you come out of a game like that and there is so much stuff you want to talk about. The main token point spoilers, it's going to be Carrier, right? Like, and Guma,
Y en el
incredible.
Discord.
Faker, old man hands,
Patrocinador
no problem
Quiero
for him. He still was
Silencio.
able to have a big game. But Carrier, his Alistair performance was absolutely mind-boggling, and I think it was the main reason, together with Guma and his impact in the fights, why T1 was able to win. Because it was actually a pretty hard game for them to win, because Genji still showed so much resilience and the classic Genji macro to always stay relatively close in gold.
Yeah, even though T1 was really ahead in kills, I think it was really close game, like according to goals, right? We're gonna see in the highlight as well. I think there was a situation where Carrier and Chovy did the mind game. So here's the thing, a situation of mad, I would say. So you have the nuclear bomb, I have the nuclear bomb. So we do not shoot at each other, right? That's basically how it works. But this guy, Carrier, he doesn't care. I have the nuclear bomb, I have to press the button.
And for me, if it's just Carrier, Chovy lives there. The real magic in that play is that Faker is on an angle that I don't think they initially saw. Even though the roles are there, if you see Faker there, there's no way that Chovy would have stayed that far up. Or he thinks he can outplay it, clearly couldn't.
¿El otro set será vieja?
¿Cómo?
¿El set será mujer?
¿Quién sabe?
Se llama Cami the Queen.
Consistent threat meant that Rue didn't get split again, and I think Rue actually did a great job trying to pilot this MF.
I agree. I think also the flash choice on Gwen was also question mark, but we could see the reason why he picked the flash over Ghost or Exhaust. And I think, yeah, again, it's really hard to choose those kind of moments to pull the trigger, because you know that Chovy knows everything, that Alisa is here and you have the trigger, but he also has the ultimate and flash. But you know what, this Carrier, man, I think always
It was a game of chicken there.
All right, I got him. He thinks he got me. All right, he thinks that he's going to think that he's got me, so I'm going to step up here. And Carrier says, yeah, I got you. And it wasn't the only time that Chovy got picked on here, as, again, it felt like that was the consistent theme of this match. Shut down the best player in the opposite team, and T1 did it comprehensively here.
And I look at this vision. They feel so safe. They have 2 control wards here, and that's the reason why Chovy can be in this brush, is because he thinks that T1 doesn't know. And then Carrier actually walks up to Rakan to bait him into a false sense of security. If they don't have vision in the brush, they can't do that, because if Skarner and other people are stacked up there, they just end up dying. Instead, because of that ward just around the corner, they get to go for this play, and this is the play to finally, after, what is it, almost 30 grueling minutes, T1 fighting decisively.
Yeah, that little 30 goals of worth ward just managed to win the game for T1. And also, you already mentioned that small detail move, you know, he was like actually faking towards the Rakan, but actually flashing towards Chovy right there. So I think it was really great performance overall, but especially Carrier. And also, I want to mention Doran again. I think this guy was the reason why Keen was kind of invincible in the game 1, because as a Rumble, I think you should able to win through the laning phase. You should be impactful in the team fight as well, but he was kind of doing nothing in the game.
I also truly believe that T1 is the best team in the world or because of years and years with respect to the Jin Yumi with Dread, 3 years ago now.
Yeah.
But playing like GW, so many of the players in that game were set up where like Duro just gets taken out, right? We saw Chovy get taken out a bunch of times, and the Jin W actually was so instrumental in elongating setting up the place was carrier that went in. Immediate Jin W never messed with the timing at any point, and it's that consistency that meant that even though Gen G was getting way more turrets, still in a lot of lanes, the up and farm, they never were able to kind of grab pace of the game and choke it out the way Gen G can do. And credit to T1, man, what a performance.
Yeah, not all Jins created equal. Guma's
G.
absolutely perfect in that first game. Gen G though, they switch on over to blue side, and a little glimmer of hope, a little copium for Gen G fans, despite being down so many kills early on. Harper, you brought up in the mid game, they weren't down that much gold. They still found ways to generate some ways to find gold around the map and still stay in touching distance.
And we'll have to see if they can actually turn it into a meaningful lead, because as long as T1 sets the tempo of the game, they are almost impossible.
Yeah, I feel like you really got to do something about the ball. I think you should not let them have fun. Whenever Carrier gets priority, he goes mid, he goes top, he goes in the jungle, he's gonna win your game. So I think that you really gotta do something for the bot lane. I think that starts from the laning phase. I think they should pick something that you can actually pressure really hard from the early laning phase, and I think it should be the key for the Gen G side.
Well, the packed house inside ballpark, outside as well. The lobby is full of fans for Gen G and T1. Let's get into game number 2 between these two titans. I'm looking forward to it, Tigon. Let's see whether we also get a game 3. That is what we desperately want. 600 games here for Ruler in the LCK, and he even, took a bit of time off in the middle there as well. So, impressive stuff. 9th as far as most games played. And actually, I remember after he left, we get this, how players were trading places, like enemies climbing up that ladder. We see Ruler slowly drifting away. Glad he's back and able to add to that number.
Yeah, remember it was discussed a lot during LCK Cup. Faker is also almost 1,000. He's 12 years in. Obviously in LCK Cup that doesn't count because they're not LCK games, but he's on the edge of this. If you add it up with Keen's history, Chovy's history, the amount of games all of these players across these
¿Cómo va mi top?
you can actually get a higher number.
Ahí va.
Ahí
va.
Coaches as well.
Guas,
It's crazy at the same time. I mean, this is like the core of competitive League of Legends.
Ya le va a trolear.
All condensed
Parece que sí.
in one group of people on stage.
¿Cómo el set se mueve tanto? ¿Tiene R? ¿El set?
Uy, apenas la sacó. Lo sacó el 6.
This is going to change a lot of what we're going to see as far as the bans are going to be concerned. Outside of Tavares, obviously, is going to remain the same. I think
Ya está empezando a trolear a la Casio.
do need to shift around. The fact that there's no rumble and things like this.
Yeah, I do think the Ezreal priority is really high in this game as well, since it wasn't played the last. So bring up redraft.
They banned the draft.
Yeah.
We need to just remind everyone that you're not allowed to ban the draft. If you ban the draft, then we just have to do another draft. We're going to check out exactly what happened there. Doesn't look like it was like a I tried to ban this champion and it didn't actually work type situation. Seems to be.
Yeah, I think it just crashed or something. We'll let you guys know if we get any updates on it. But like I said, luckily it happened early in the draft, so nothing too crazy.
I hope it's not the Jonas Strong's TV, computer blue screen or something like that. Got a little sad face that pops up.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be good. We need Jonas Strong in there because last game was an absolute banger. He's going to have to be on form. I know Kisan's here as well today. One of our observers. And they got their work cut out for them because there is so much that you cannot afford to miss in these games. I think that the ward that was illustrated in that brush by the space, absolutely pivotal at being able to understand exactly why those plays were happening, why Carrier finding that angle was so incredibly important there for T1 to break open the game.
It's just T1 looked like they had a lot better synergy, they had control, they never let go. And getting an early lead at this highest level, we're talking, the highest level League of Legends you're watching right now around the world. It looks like it's been our highest level individual game I think we've had all of LCK. it's that when you don't let those leads go and you play so oppressively. I mean, you could see the lack of vision for Genji, how they saw carry, they saw Faker, like, we gotta get out, but now we're safe, we're good, we're falling back, but that controller didn't reveal the ward that was there on the right side. It was just out of range, and you know, it's
LOL, mató la torre.
in that first game. Ari seems to be so incredibly strong right now, Atlas. I think moving forward, obviously Fearless, you know, we're not going to see it against the rest of this series, but it's definitely a pick I think that isn't getting enough attention. I know in solo queue and on Reddit everyone's been talking about this pick, but it almost feels like it's
Che puto el G, no aguanta dos metidas de pito.
I like this. I haven't seen that pun before. As here we are, we're back into it one more time. I have a prediction. I think the Varus is going to be the first ban. Okay. I have a prediction as well. What's that? I think Callisto will be the second ban.
Ooh, that's a real prediction, though, Wolves. That's dangerous.
I'm putting it out there.
Just for the
We had some of the stats for Ruler's most played champions. Callisto is pretty low on the list, which seems weird, but he's usually not allowed to play.
Yeah, it's because
Oh.
he's there all the time.
And my prep wasn't right for Jace for
Well, they do have 3 bans, so it's likely that it'll be able to be banned if they would look to. I think Vi is probably another one, as the Varus Vi on blue side just seems to be very popular.
Yeah, it's been quite strong to threaten that Theory pick as well.
Yep.
See what comes through here, a little bit of a lead on this one. There's the buy on the red side.
We've switched it around. We've gone with a different Vi champion, which may mean that we're going to do another draft. I'm not entirely sure. Unless they do decide that it is a Victor ban. Faker, a very good Victor situation. Jason was trying to talk to me, but I was talking over it. Can you repeat that for me, please, Jason? Just to grab the glitch. So it was, in fact, the Victor banned away, and the Sejuani to follow up.
Okay, Sejuani gone. One of owner's best. As it feels like Kalista has a lot more value to me than the Fury does not, so they banned the Vi.
And neither of them.
Well, you can go for the trade, but I personally favor the Kalista more, and to give that to Ruler, one of his iconic picks, just feels like a risk I would take myself.
Yeah. The Kalista will still be banned away. I'm just saying.
I like that.
We're safe.
I like that, you know? The Fury, I think, is a pick that doesn't offer any CC, right? It's a pick that does a lot of burst damage, it can take over team fights, is incredibly capable at getting access to backline targets, but without his CC, has often fallen
Mandaron FK al Jin también.
tanky compositions that we've seen, or in a composition that can lock her down after she's
no, ahí está.
unstoppable. That's kind of useless in the fight because she can't offer much utility, so...
Hazle el amor, no tiene flash
y
no tiene torre.
What T1's response to this will be.
Really like the Ambessa. A lot of power there towards the top side of the map. Also owner put alongside it. I think something tanky has been what we've seen into Nefari's before, but instead, it's going to be a coffee lock-in, which is telling me that Lilia is coming. Lilia or the Maokai, another choice. We've seen a lot of the Leandri's Maokai crop up overseas, not necessarily here in the LCK. We'll stand by the tanky version.
I like the Maokai more in this situation, but
Por eso les dije la mole.
Lilia is so squishy that the Fury is a bit of a risk. But we will see. Moving forward here, there's Courtney and Flex.
Me van a matar a mí si entro ahí.
Great option here for Team.
Ficha.
Top lane. I don't think that this will be Flex to mid. Very low
Palabra.
chance. So it feels good to have the same block in here. And you could go for something like an Ezreal right now, but
Yeah, I think an Orianna angle is what I'm kind of expecting here. The Orianna Nefari is something we saw out of KT. BDD and Cuz actually managing to nail the combo over and over again, but instead the Ezreal is going to be locked in as a priority choice. Trinity Force versus Trinity Force. He's going to head towards the bottom lane.
for that. The Maokai feels pretty strong here, you know, walking down these big cliffs. The Gnar as well, maybe one that's trying to look for a flank, trying to build up that Gnar bar, deny him entry into the fights. And it's one of the best tanky options they have left. I mean, the Sejuani is gone. They
Baker is likely to want something like an Orianna. This is actually so smart though, because T1 have identified that Gen G would like an Oriana.
Oh no.
No, te morí.
Tiro flash.
Gen will likely just ban it here, simply because, like you said, threat fight is T1. Too high of a risk not to, especially when you consider how much other follow-up there is with this Ambessa onto anyone who gets caught by it. So down it goes. I feel like it does double duty on the Gen G side. And we're losing pretty impressive. I think Rise, actually, weirdly enough, could be a strong ban here for T1. They're losing a lot of these consistent damage AP mid laners right now with Talia gone, Victor's gone, you know, the Ahri's gone, the
Oh.
Yeah, there's not a lot of just control mages, I guess, still up there.
No, Mexico.
Because Faker, I hear, is pretty good at the champion. Has been for some time.
No, Néstor, te mueres. Pega el SIDA.
Potente.
I feel for T1's composition. That's good wave clear, but again, a little more niche right now. Rise gives so much rotational power when you already have the global of the Nocturne, so I kind of like it range,
And you're going into an Ezreal, so that might be a hindrance, but it's still going to be locked in here as Faker playing Ahri and Rise already on his 12th anniversary. That feels pretty good. Probably needs an Azir game if we were going to be real about it, and kind of would prefer to have
Ya tuvo uno de vida.
get an Oriana game in there. But it feels like we're getting treated to classics from Faker here with Ahri and Rise.
there's so many different angles Toby could go for here. I was going to say Galio is one of them. I was going to say he could go hyper scale and go for an Aurelion Soul, which he's loved to play in the past. But it doesn't really suit the composition as much as
LOL, ¿qué?
Qué amable el Gino.
Sí, sí, sí.
Un regalito del Frello.
See what he decides to go with.
I mean, I don't think this is a fight angle.
That doesn't feel like it. It's a pretty burly match. The fact that Neferi is so untargetable.
It's not a Renata angle either. My god! It's not a bad Poppy angle, but it's not a standard one either, in that, you know, the Ezreal, obviously, his shift is a blink, and he can still follow up and out this Poppy as well as, yes, he can be good into no, but that's pretty situational, can be decent into the Fury, but that's also quite situational. I think the bigger value is what it does for objective fights. The Keeper's Verdict is going to be super strong here, when T1 can already out-rotate you on the map pretty easily. The Galio feels good here too, because while it's decent into the Rise and the lane matchup, also can follow him to a certain extent with his ultimate, so that's a great lock-in here for Chovy. You're going to sacrifice a little bit of damage with this, but Galio's pretty overtuned, I would say, in a lot of ways right now. I feel like you're much happier with the utility. Chovy is known for some big taunts on this pick as well throughout his career, so pretty banker setup. I don't really lean very heavily either way on composition. I do think that T1 the top has a slight feeling though around the map, especially if they don't check out their T1, it becomes I do think that T1's composition plays into the hands of Gen G just a little bit with their short range, but I think the Poppy is such a monster. I think that if you get that Keeper's Verdict charging while the gargoyles falling from the sky, you're almost always a victim, no matter what, right? And so Terrier is going to have so much control of this game with this Poppy wielding this big old hammer. I'm really looking forward to getting into it. Game number 2 right now.
No, el G se la va a sacar.
Because I remember when Jordan was that guy on Griffin, you know, back in the day, who didn't really get a shot earlier on and then moved to DRX and sort of had his moments.
Y ni es que el Loser hizo gran cosa en los primeros, cuando me fue a ayudar.
Him and Kane really
Nada más te fue a ayudar y ya por eso
Nada
se
más va a ser
convirtió en
presencia. No, pues nada más va a ser presencia. En la
No
primera
hice
fue
gran
presencia.
cosa, PT.
Pues no hiciste mucho.
¿Cómo lo ves,
La
mexicano?
segunda nada más le tiras del Ignite.
¿Cómo lo ves, mexicano?
That's why I was saying earlier, I don't know if you could put
¿Qué te puedo decir?
more days played, more games played in one single matchup anywhere in the world in any region. Yeah, this is it's pretty ridiculous. Kirby and Faker also a tale as old as time, and some of the best games that we've seen. I remember 2019's Rift Rival, Rookie versus Faker with the Galio meta. It was some of the best Galio that we've seen. I think it might have even been 2018 when
Y le dio permiso de entrar en un punto.
and still that matchup was an absolute banger. But it was Kirby that sort of took the mantle for Galio play. Massive taunt that he had on Genji afterwards. I'm paying some attention here on the bottom side of the map as Duro moving a little bit far up, gets ignited immediately, and the black forward from Cherry looks to try and lock down the kill. Duro thinking about turning, and I don't know about that one, as Danushi moves forward. Level 2 gained here by both bottom lanes, but Duro looking a bit worse for wear. Yeah, he does have X Flash. Now the summoner didn't use it.
Oh no, Néstor, no le pega. Oh, Néstor, lo curaste.
Ah.
No. ¿Qué pasó ahí, Néstor? Un daño.
Está potente.
Opportunity here as a Justice Punch into the taunt from Chovy, but Faker says, okay. Yeah, I don't care. This time, instead of T1 just having the natural lane leads, Genji in a better position, largely to on top side, being able to farm very effectively. This bottom lane also has decent time as Arcane shifting forward. Is Faker as Duro
No dejan jugar.
so it's Gumiyoshi is the one that goes low in first blood. He's likely to go down as well, wanting to take Ruler with him, but he holds the barrier, and despite the Q, he stays alive. A little bit of a
Se ganó por jungla.
frowny face, a little bit of a,
¿Qué mamadas dices?
Carrier there after that one. A little bit frustrated with how the end result came through, but that W connecting from Ruler, getting the empowered hit there, actually took so much health away from Gumiyoshi.
Es verdad. Ninguno hizo daño.
Remember, if you do start walking away from the Nar, it can be a bit of a problem, but it's just some biffo here towards the top side, and my goodness, it's 1,000 gold, the lead.
Eso no ahorita.
As a result of that, here comes Carrier, but he's seen on a ward. Doran doesn't seem to care.
Se llaman Brother y Brawler.
Here, connecting is so much damage. And then Ezreal's able to get out.
Ah, sí, hay que reportar al G. Pasó.
He's just tanky enough that allows him
Troll.
to do so much more damage. And then here, like you said, there's no flash for Carrier. He doesn't have enough damage. Looks for this play. Yep, gets the barrier at least. It was very close. But it was really nicely played from Ruler, identifying, I have barrier, it's going to be fine, we can kill him. Minions do so much damage at this stage of the game. As you can see, Ruler took a lot of his health bar just from that. But man, this is really going to set the tone for how this game is going to look, as Doran is still here on this top side.
El Jin aguantó 2 cogidas.
Gets a ward in, as he's looking to actually put the pressure on the Carrier. Shows his position. Remember, the Arcane Shift has already happened, but he still has flash.
Si quiero echar otro, ya la verga.
Nel, de la verga.
Fantastic game here in the second one. Two fantastic plays back to back. The bottom lane
No, no te vayas. No te vayas, chavo.
Como si mañana chambeara, güey.
Sí, che.
Domingo de paja.
Cuando tengas el título de la prepa, hablamos.
No, me cayó. Ahí me cayó. Ahí me cayó nada que. Me arrastró, me escupió. Últimamente, ¿quién ocupa la prepa? Mira al. ¿Cómo se llama el pendejo niño de a la Venenito?
Ahí es cuando decías que últimamente, ¿quién ocupa la prepa? Mírame, soy el éxito.
one good thing to note is the fact that
Se
Tengo, a
pajea 10
ver,
veces al día.
the bad thing is that he's accepted
tengo
gold
3
line,
tiendas
as Genji gets
y
control
como 5 terrenos.
of owner movement and
¿Y
position
están
as
a tu
well.
nombre?
Faker
No, estoy esperando que mis papás se mueran y me lo hereden. Sí, sí, sí.
but doesn't necessarily
No
have to.
mames.
Le voy a decir a
Y ya como el
Shanebaum
no, 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 no.
para que
Más
te
hambriado.
expropien.
Y ya como el Néstor es mi amigo, él me va a hacer los trámites, ¿verdad, Néstor? Y gratis.
Amigo, amigo. Lo que voy a hacer es decirle a la Shanebaum para que te incauten, para que te expropien.
¿Cómo se cierra un güey? Le voy a decir al SAT que te investigue.
Qué bueno que me dices que tienes 5 terrenos. Al SAT le gustará saber eso. Pero sí, la prepa, muy importante. No, 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 chingadera. Antes me acuerdo que solo te pedías. Ahora te piden la prepa.
Pedían secundaria terminada, opcional.
Ajá. Con que dijeras que la pisaste ya estaba. Mira, no. Preparatoria completa, si no ni madres. Y con diploma de gobierno.
Vaya.
En efecto.
¿Y tú, Néstor, cuándo te titulas?
Cuando termine el diplomado.
¿Ya estás en diplomado tú también?
Así es.
¿Cuántos? ¿6 meses?
6.
¿Y tu tesis?
Ja, pues por eso estoy haciendo diplomado.
Para no
Para no
hacer
hacer
tesis.
tesis.
No aguantas nada.
¿Sí, che?
¿Qué tarda más, una tesis o un diploma?
No manches, una tesis.
Un tesis te puede llevar años.
Sí, sí.
Y no es broma.
Eres
Diplomado nomás es 6 meses y el director te dice, fírmate.
así como en la historia del Wherever World. Y llega y le dice, profe, la ve que sí le eché las ganas. Seguro, sin palabra. Fírmate pues. Sí,
La
¿no?
situación
Pues,
está
¿quién fue?
cabrona y no tengo tiempo para hacer tesis.
Eso, vamos.
¿Salimos o no salimos? Vas, fírmate.
Sí, sí, sí. Y así de no mames, ¿eh? Y aquí Don Néstor haciendo 6 meses tortura de autoesclavismo. Y cuando te titules, ¿qué vas a hacer con el título, Néstor?
A ver, no lo sé.
Se hace pendejo.
Nunca creí que llegaría tan lejos.
It's not really going to work out. You can see 91 is the farm. Faker is leading as far as that is concerned. As Chobi and Duro both
Como el Bob Esponja.
try and take him down.
Gerente, este es el mejor día de mi vida. Suena
Con
con las fotos ahí del Bob Esponja, trapeando. El hombre oceánico.
El hombre del mar.
If they did go for the extended fight there, so Genji eventually do have to leave. Owner loses his flash. Yeah, that's the one advantage that Genji managed to pick up for that play, is collecting that flash. They do sacrifice a fair bit of Chobi's health here. Still be able to just grab this wave, no worries. It's really just walking away from Gumayushi, getting more and more difficult for him to stay in this lane, as we can see. Grubs here still farming. Looking like they're going T1's way.